Subconscious psychoanalysis. The term psychoanalysis, now so frequently employed, is of quite recent origin. It was originally used by Professor Sigmund Freud, of Vienna, to designate a system of psychotherapy devised and developed by himself, and which has since attracted a large following and secured a marked degree of public attention and interest. The method was originally designed and employed for the purpose of the treatment and cure of the borderline of mental diseases such as hysteria, neurasthenia, certain forms of neurosis, etc., but its principle since has been extended much further. The term, psychoanalysis, is now frequently employed to indicate certain methods of analyzing, synthesizing, and re-educating the unconscious, or subconscious, apart from pathological conditions. A standard reference work says, psychoanalysis is a method of psychological investigation designed for the purpose of discovering and exploring the unconscious psychic forces which are at the basis of normal and abnormal psychic manifestations. It assumes that there are definite reasons for all normal and abnormal mental activities, that no psychoneurotic symptoms are accidental or meaningless, but that they have always unconscious underlying causes which, if found and brought to the surface, become dissipated and cause the symptoms to disappear. With this assumption Professor Freud evolved his theory of repression, which is the main pillar upon which rests the edifice of psychoanalysis. In brief, this theory states that the psychoneurotic symptom depends upon past emotional experiences of a painful or disagreeable nature which were forgotten or repressed into a mental field called the unconscious. The aim of psychoanalysis is to bring back into the field of conscious memory all the repressed unbearable ideas, to show the patient the connection between them and the symptoms, thus removing the latter. Dr. Wilfrid Ley, an interesting and instructive writer on the subject of psychoanalysis, says, the name given by Freud himself to the science is psychoanalysis, spelled also psychanalysis, or the analysis of the psyche. The psyche is not merely the mind regarded as a product, a stationary or crystallized object which can be cut and dried and labeled. The mind and soul and character and body as a connected, organic whole, and its functions, or what it does and how it changes, are the subject of psychoanalysis more than how its results or finite outward manifestations can be classified. Psychoanalysis naturally suggests psychosynthesis as a more constructive procedure, and that is, indeed, the ultimate aim of psychoanalysis, not merely to take apart but to put together again, following a plan which is along the lines of the greatest usefulness to society. Unfortunately for the cause of general interest in the subject on the part of the average non-professional person, the idea of psychoanalysis has become identified in the public mind with the idea of sex. This, because Freud found that many of the unconscious associations revealed by psychoanalysis were composed of more or less erotic material or elements. It is forgotten that Freud employs the term sex in the general and broad sense of love, and does not limit it to the gross sexual phases or manifestations. Some of Freud's followers, moreover, have eagerly seized upon this sex element, and have placed undue, and often grossly exaggerated and quite grotesque emphasis upon it. In this way they have not only attached undesirable associations to the general idea, but have also brought the special method into ridicule by reason of their unwarranted extension of the principle to the point of absurdity. In certain instances, they have not only brought about a reductio ad absurdum, but also a condition of ad nauseam. Psychoanalysis should pray to be delivered from its friends. By itself, it can take care of its enemies. In an article on the subject contained in a standard reference work, the conservative writer truly and wisely says, while psychoanalysis, in the hands of competent men, has undoubtedly been of great help in exploring subconscious states, some wild psychoanalysts have so thoroughly misinterpreted the sexual question that it endangers the science. In the present consideration of subconscious psychoanalysis, we shall confine ourselves to but one, though a very important one, of its several phases or general divisions. We shall not undertake a consideration of its phase of psychotherapy, a branch of the subject far too technical for popular treatment in a book of this kind. Neither shall we enter into a consideration of its specific application to the task of character building. We have considered that special subject in detail in another book of this series. We shall confine our consideration to that phase of the subject which is concerned with the discovery and cure of what are known as the negative conditions, activities, and tendencies which, abiding hidden and undercover in the realms of the subconscious lower planes of mentation, often entirely unsuspected, produce harmful effects upon the mental, emotional, and physical life of the individual. In the garden of the mind there are many beautiful flowers and rich fruit-bearing trees rendered sickly, diseased, and withered, often indeed killed in time, by the presence of gnawing, boring, tearing, destroying creatures hidden and working beneath the surface. Rational psychoanalysis serves to locate these baneful creatures, to disclose their presence and whereabouts, to uncover and reveal them, that they may be destroyed by the mind and will of the owner of the garden. Before proceeding further, let us give you the definition for positive and negative as applied to mental states in the several books of this series. The touchstone of positivity is this: will this make me stronger, better, and more efficient? If the answer, honestly given, is in the affirmative, then the mental state, or other thing about which the question is asked, is entitled to be classed as positive. If not, then the thing may be either neutral or else negative. You may decide into which of these two classes it fits by asking the second question: will this make me weaker, worse, and less efficient? If you are forced to answer, it will, to this question, then that thing must be classed as negative. This, then, is the general character of the negative mental states or conditions which you seek to locate, uncover, and kill out by means of subconscious psychoanalysis, viz., the general quality, nature, or character tending to make you weaker, worse, and less efficient. Some of these negatives show their character so plainly that they, to be hated, need but to be seen; others, more cleverly disguised by protective coloration and other means, are only to be known by their fruits. These negative influences abiding in the under the surface regions of the mental garden must be located, uncovered, and destroyed in order that you may be made stronger, better, and more efficient. These negative mental states of the subconscious, like their kindred states of the conscious, are found to belong to two great general classes, viz., 1. Anger, and 2. Fear. The negative mental states are always found to be either varieties, subspecies, or perhaps crosses or hybrids of these two great classes of negativity. The ancient Buddhists taught that anger and fear thought are the twin devils of the emotional kingdom. They held that anger is the burning passion, and that fear thought is the freezing passion, each destroying in the end, the one by burning up, the other by freezing. They held that the man who met, conquered, and mastered these twin devils was free to enter upon the path of mastery which leads to the land of freedom. We now ask you to discover by analysis the essential nature and character of these two general, negative, emotional states, viz., anger and fear, respectively. You will discover that practically all of the lesser and subordinate, negative, emotional states are either phases, forms, or aspects of either one of these two general states, or else are blendings, hybrids, or crosses, of the two. Anger. The general emotional state known as anger is defined as strong passion or displeasure, usually involving antagonism and the desire to punish, excited by a real or supposed injury, or insult to oneself or others in whom one is interested, or by the supposed intent to do such injury, etc. In its extreme form, anger is known as rage. When the rage amounts almost to madness, it is known as fury. In its milder forms, anger is known as vexation, annoyance, indignation, etc. The more permanent emotional states resulting from anger are known as resentment, grudge, or grievance, defined as follows. Resentment is hostility aroused by a real or fancied injury, injustice, hurt, or insult, a state of moody animosity or deep and lasting smoldering anger. Grudge is state of smoldering anger, sullen malice or malevolence, cherished animosity, enmity, ill will, dislike, spite, hatred. Grievance is the feeling of the burden, hardship, and oppression resulting from a real or fancied wrong, insult, injustice, or injury, accompanied by the feeling of resentment or grudge resulting therefrom. The essential elements of anger, in any and all of its forms and phases, are a. Keen displeasure, discomfort, and discontent, b. Resentment or grudge, and c. More or less desire to punish or get even with something or somebody associated with the real or fancied injury, injustice, wrong, hurt, or insult giving rise to the feeling. Fear. The general emotional state known as fear is defined as a painful emotion or passion excited by the anticipation, expectation, or apprehension of possible or probable hurt, injury, wrong, insult, or other painful, unpleasant, uncomfortable, or discontenting experience. Its extreme phase or form is that of panic. Next in decreasing order is the form of terror, then that of dread. Lesser forms are those known as apprehension, anxiety, alarm, care, solicitude, etc. All phobias, i.e., aversions and dreads, are forms or phases of fear. Blendings, hybrids, and crosses. Among the many blendings, hybrids, or crosses, of anger and fear, are found the apparently widely separated emotional states known, respectively, as jealousy, envy, hatred, malice, spite, intolerance, prejudice, also remorse, shame, mortification, humiliation, the sense of inferiority, distrust of self, cowardice, and similar mental states or complexes. In the case of some of the above-named emotional states, you will find no difficulty in discovering and recognizing the presence of anger and fear in some of their various degrees, forms, phases, aspects, or modes of combination and blending. In the case of others, you may at first doubt the presence of one or the other, or of both, of these fundamental emotions, but a careful analysis will reveal the blending of both of these elements, which combined with certain ideas constitute forms of what is known as the complex, i.e., a combination of feeling and idea. In each and all of them you will find a feeling of pain, discomfort, discontent, b. a resentment or grudge, and the desire to get even with something or someone, and c. a desire to escape from, avoid, or get rid of something which is painful, unpleasant, uncomfortable, or discontenting, either present or regarded as a possible or probable event or happening. There is always the phobia and at least some form of resentment, or grievance. These negative, complex emotional states are always found to be associated with some pastime, real or imagined experience in which the pride, vanity, egotism, self-respect, or sense of justice of the individual has been wounded, hurt, bruised, or injured in some way, whether or not he has received physical or financial hurt or injury. The emotional hurt is the predominant factor. The emotional castle of the self must be invaded in order that these states may manifest. A little thought will show that this is so, though at first you may be disposed to doubt the statement. The elements of humiliation, mortification, and sense of injustice are the most frequent, and often the strongest elements involved in the manifestation of resentment, grudge, and grievance, and such constitute the most troublesome and most persistent of the subconscious roots, sources and causes of mental, emotional and physiological disturbances, impaired functioning, and tendency toward exaggerated activity. There is no need here for a recital of the well-known facts of the detrimental effect of certain negative mental states upon physical conditions, and upon mental health and normal functioning. These are now matters of common knowledge, thanks to the reports of the investigations of the past 25 years or more. The mental cause of diseases is a subject concerning which practically every person of average intelligence now has at least some knowledge, and to which he extends at least some degree of belief. That mind and body act and react upon each other is now universally accepted, and that certain harmful emotional states, particularly when manifested excessively and in extreme form, result in mental disorders, unsoundness, and abnormal conditions, is now equally well known and accepted. Most persons, however, have no suspicion that such emotional states persist often long after the conscious memory of them has passed away. The individual, though he realizes that the evil they do lives after them, does not imagine that their evil qualities which are interred with their bones continue to manifest their baneful tendencies beneath the surface of the conscious mentality, and that they have really been buried alive, and that long after they have been forgotten by the consciousness they are alive and busily at work gnawing, boring, and cutting at the roots of the plants in our mental garden. Such, alas, is the case. Freud and his school of psychoanalysis have paid especial attention to this fact, and have sought for and devised efficient methods whereby these subconscious moles, gophers, worms, and other underground destroyers may be located, uncovered and destroyed. This, indeed, is one of the chief offices and purposes of psychoanalysis. Referring to the descriptive statement concerning psychoanalysis given at the beginning of the present section of this book, we ask you to consider once more the following fact: psychoanalysis is a method of psychological investigation designed for the purpose of discovering and exploring the unconscious psychic forces which are at the basis of normal and abnormal psychic manifestations. It assumes that there are definite reasons for all normal and abnormal mental activities, that no psychoneurotic symptoms are accidental or meaningless, but that they have always unconscious underlying causes which, if found and brought to the surface, become dissipated and cause the symptoms to disappear. The aim of psychoanalysis is to bring back into the field of conscious memory all the repressed unbearable ideas, to show the patient the connection between them and the symptoms, thus removing the latter. This being understood and remembered, let us now proceed to consider why and how these unbearable ideas become repressed, and how they may be discovered and brought to the surface by psychoanalysis. In the first place, you are asked to realize that every human being has experienced many instances of pain, discomfort, and discontent of quite a marked, intense and poignant, i.e., piercing, sharp, pricking, character. This is particularly true in the stages of infancy, childhood, youth, adolescence, in which such experiences frequently take on an exaggerated character. The developing emotional nature of the infant or young child, the child under 5 years of age, sometimes undergoes emotional bruises and hurts which, though apparently forgotten, frequently leave effects which persist during the entire afterlife of the individual. The same is true of the young boy or girl up to and including the stage of adolescence. Many of the most persistent and annoying underground gnawers are those which have been placed in the subconscious mind during the years of adolescence, youth, early childhood, and even in infancy. This fact has been well established by psychoanalysis. These unpleasant, uncomfortable, and discontenting experiences are not in themselves the underground pests, it is rather the emotional effects resulting from them that constitute the evil mental forces in question. The reaction of them, rather than the original action, is the chief cause of the trouble. For instance, the emotional nature of the child or young person undergoing such an experience tends to react in the form or phase of anger or fear, in some of their degrees, variations, or blendings. The hurt or bruise of the painful, uncomfortable, or discontenting experience, the affront, rebuke, insult, humiliation, mortification, wounded pride, frustrated purpose, imposition of the will of another person, defeated desire, injustice, tyranny, oppression, failure, or whatever it may be, tends to arouse anger, i.e., keen displeasure, resentment, and more or less desire to punish or get even with, or else fear, i.e., the painful apprehension or expectation of evil, accompanied by the desire to escape the feared experience, often, both anger and fear. The reaction of anger tends to develop deep-seated grudges, resentments, indignation, sense of injustice, accompanied by more or less hatred and desire to hurt the offending person or thing, or that which resembles or is associated with such. The reaction of fear tends to develop fearfulness, fear thought, cowardice, lack of courage, faint-heartedness, timorousness, lack of self-confidence, timidity, pusillanimity, and a general shy, shrinking, shriveling up, and retiring disposition, a wish to get away from things. The reaction of anger is extroversive, i.e., in the direction of going out toward, or flying off to, something outside, in order to grapple with, fight, combat, struggle with, defeat, or destroy it. The reaction of fear is introversive, i.e., in the direction of shrinking back from, getting away from, retiring from outside things. The normal person manifests a balanced position between these two extremes. When an abnormal tendency in either direction is experienced, there is found to be operative some lurking painful memory now manifesting its hidden presence and action in the realms of the subconscious. The dead hand of past experience is seeking to exhibit its power over the experiences of the present. Many of us are more or less affected, influenced, and determined by the effects of such past experiences. We either harbor subconscious grudges, resentments, hatreds, malice, or other forms or phases of anger, or else the subconscious dreads, terrors, and aversions of fear, or combinations of both. These, be it noted, are not usually recognized in our conscious memory. The memory of the original causative experience has entirely passed out of consciousness. It is buried in the oblivion of apparent forgetfulness, as we shall presently see. The subconscious actually takes great trouble to bury, conceal, suppress, and cover up the memory impression, so as to make recollection of it difficult, but like a festering sore, the repressed memory abides on the subconscious realms, poisoning the entire system. Many of us have concealed cancerous, malignant sores of this kind in our subconscious mental being. But why does the subconscious strive to suppress and cover up these old memories? You may ask. The answer expresses one of the original discoveries of psychoanalysis. It is quite simple when you have it presented to you, but you would not be likely to stumble upon it otherwise. The answer, briefly stated, is this: the subconscious strives to suppress, repress, bury, hide, and cover up memories of this kind, for the reason that it is its nature to avoid pain, discomfort, and discontent. These memories being painful, uncomfortable, and discontenting, the subconscious strives to hide them, conceal them, cover them up. Just as in all nature living animals and plants proceed instinctively to hide and cover up their wounds and hurt places, it is an instinctive protective action of nature. Sometimes the subconscious performs this work by overlaying the painful memory with those of a different nature. Again, it blends and mixes with it pleasant elements of other experiences, grafts new parts on it, as it were, so that finally the painful elements are lost to conscious memory and recollection. Psychoanalysis reveals many interesting cases of this kind, in which an originally painful memory has been so overlaid, or so grafted upon, with new material that the unpleasant elements have been completely obscured. This would be wonderfully beneficial were it not for the fact that, alas, the roots of the trouble remain, only the above-ground portions being removed, or, to employ another figure, the sore has been merely covered up, though uncured and still manifesting its evil activities beneath the covering. Psychoanalysis searches for the roots, and then destroys them, or, it seeks to cure the cause, not merely to remove the symptoms. The pages of the reports of psychoanalysis are filled with definite reports of cases in which present troubles have been traced back to painful past experiences, particularly to experiences in which the individual in his younger days was subjected to humiliation, degradation, abasement, mortification, shame, wounded pride or injured vanity, suggestions of his inferiority, loss of dignity or self-respect, in short, to wounds of his egoistic soul nature. In some cases these causes have led to the cultivation and development of a character manifesting in shrinking, retiring, drawing back, shriveling up or getting out of things, the timidity, faint-heartedness, lack of self-confidence, or the inferiority complex, marking the introversive effect of fear. In other cases, these causes have led to the cultivation and development of the character traits of quarrelsomeness, antagonism, resentment of things in general, prejudice, suspicion, jealousy, hatred, and general truculency, marking the extroversive effect of anger. Even in cases in which the phobias, fears, prejudices, resentments, and antagonisms have been of a more limited character, they have been traced back to repressed, suppressed, buried, and covered up memories of experiences of the kind we have mentioned. For instance, a woman who had a morbid horror of snakes, almost an obsession of fear concerning them, a waking nightmare regarding them, was cured entirely when by psychoanalysis there was uncovered a forgotten experience of early childhood in which she had been terribly frightened by a toy serpent. Other phobias, concerned with spiders, roaches, kittens, certain flowers, etc., have been uncovered and cured in the same way. Prejudices concerning persons of certain nationalities or callings have been traced back to painful or humiliating specific experiences of childhood, a cure being then effected. Unreasoning fears, panicky thoughts, prejudices, and hatreds of certain things have been uncovered and cured by the same general method. In short, the roots or sources of poisonous mental traits, tendencies, and mental attitudes have been found hidden under the surface of the conscious mentality, and the troubles have been cured by an application of these general principles. You now have two important questions pressing for answers, namely, 1. How and why are these troubles cured by discovering, uncovering, and bringing into the light of consciousness their roots or sources? 2. By what methods may these roots and hidden causes be discovered, uncovered, and brought to light? In the answers to these two questions is to be found the gist of the effective principles of psychoanalysis. To answer them fully would require the writing or reading of many books, and excursions into many fields of the general science of psychology, but we shall endeavor to give you in brief, concise form the essential features of such answers. Concerning the first of the two questions, we would say that it is an old principle of psychology that if one can analyze, dissect and classify cold-bloodedly the psychic elements involved in an emotion, then the heat, power, and energy of that emotion is dissolved, disintegrated, and dissipated. Emotions, as a rule, cannot stand a cold-blooded analysis. It chills them, often freezes them, sometimes kills them outright. Contact with the intellect tends to weaken emotion, hence, beware of subjecting good emotions to such contact, but make it a point to subject bad emotions to it. This is a useful rule, well worth remembering. This is the first factor of this particular answer. There is more to follow, however. When the root or source of a disturbing subconscious emotional disturbance has been traced to its origin, and then uncovered and brought into the light of consciousness, it is subjected to the inspection of your intellect as now constituted, not as it was constituted at the time of the original experience. Your since acquired worldly wisdom, your evolved sense of the true value of things, your gradually developed philosophy of life and living, all these add new factors to your intellectual inspection and judgment upon the experience. What originally seemed a tremendous and dreadful event or happening, now succeeds in bringing merely a pitying smile to your face, or a twinkle to your eyes. In short, you are now looking with eyes of a matured individual upon the experiences of early childhood, youth, or period of adolescence. The mental bruises, like the physical ones, of childhood, important and terrible as they seem to the young mind, are quite different things when viewed from the mental position of matured experience and the philosophy of manhood or womanhood. When the buried memory is located, uncovered, and subjected to the light of conscious inspection by the individual who has long since put away childish things, it is perceived, weighed, measured and valued by him just as are similar experiences which he perceives on all sides being undergone by the children and young folks of his acquaintance. He sees them for what they really are, not as the child sees them. Psychologically, the original impression is brought before his consciousness as a present happening or event, and is valued as such, and as its actual value is really slight, he realizes that it is not at all worthwhile. He is amazed at its insignificance, and he is able to smile at it before he casts it aside from him as a worthless trifle. Thereafter it has no meaning nor importance to him, its power over him has passed away, and he is free from its effects. The smoldering embers, exposed to the air, expire in a final flash and are reduced to ashes, the dust of which is blown away by the winds. Even apart from the specific and definite application of the principles of psychoanalysis, many persons may be benefited by a similar conscious revaluation of old mental sores and bruises. By bringing them fully into consciousness, with all their original circumstances and associations, and then weighing, measuring, and revaluing them by your present standards, in the light of your subsequently acquired experience and knowledge, you will find that they never really were nearly so great or so serious as you originally believed them to be, and you will discover that their present-day importance, significance, and value is still less, often it is nil. Vague introspection is a morbid, unprofitable task, and a bad habit, but scientific psychoanalysis of past experiences, conducted with a definite purpose and end, is useful, constructive, and meets the test of positivity, for, rightly approached and rightly conducted, it makes you stronger, better, and more efficient. In this connection, your attention should be called to that large class of cases in which the festering, sore spot, or the painful bruise in the subconscious memory has been caused by the feeling of shame, remorse, mortification, humiliation, inferiority, wickedness, vileness, filthiness, moral uncleanness, or reproach of conscience arising from some past experience, usually one of childhood, youth, or period of adolescence, connected with the secret desires, dreams, or cravings, of, or possibly from some minor yielding, compromise, or slipping, connected with, the reproductive or sexual organism and its emotional manifestations and expressions, this particularly when the child or young person has been severely reproached, reviled or punished for the happening which has been discovered by parents, teachers, or other adults, when the cry of unclean, unclean, has been loudly raised and persistently repeated and recalled to mind. Those of us who have honest and efficient memories of our own days of childhood, youth, and period of adolescence, know full well how frequent and common such early life experiences are, the insistent curiosity of the young child and youth, and the unfolding processes of puberty and adolescence, result in innumerable cases of such painful and distressing experiences, the memory of which are, too often, then, buried alive, in the underground regions of the subconscious, thereafter to plague and worry the mind of the adult person. The intelligent psychoanalyst, when such subconscious emotional, sore spots, and bruised places, are uncovered by the process of psychoanalysis, proceeds to throw the light of scientific knowledge and judgment upon these unpleasant things thus unearthed. He points out to the patient the fact that there is nothing essentially evil about the reproductive organism and its manifestations and expressions, in themselves, nor when their activities occur under conditions approved of by the conventions, ethics, laws, customs and morality of the time and place, that the evil, or wrong, arises only when these activities occur under opposite conditions, i.e., under conditions and circumstances disapproved of or forbidden by the laws, customs, ethics, or morality of the time and place, that, in short, sexual evil and wrong consist of the abuse, misuse, and improper employment of these great natural forces, not of their existence and normal proper use and expression. He points out that, consequently, the emotional disturbances arising from the existence of this natural organism and its subconscious activities are not devilish, evil, unclean, filthy, or depraved, that the person experiencing these subconscious disturbances should not regard himself or herself as soiled, polluted or evil-minded, that the presence of this part of one's nature, and the subconscious reminders of its existence, do not constitute rational and proper causes for self-reproach, humiliation, mortification, shame or remorse, and that the painful memories of past experiences of this kind and of the unpleasant results arising from their discovery, punishment, and reproaches, should be dissipated, disintegrated, dissolved, and allowed to blow away on the winds of time. The idea of essential cleanness replaces the old thought of uncleanness, thus is the curse taken off the memories. This leads to the rational, sane, scientific control, direction, and mastery of this part of one's nature, and, as a consequence, a healthier mental, emotional, and physical condition is made possible. When the light is turned on, the darkness and its imaginary inhabitants disappear. The psychoanalyst also teaches the patient the value of the principle of sublimation, i.e., the transmutation of the elemental instinctive urge into new and other channels. For instance, the creative element underlying the reproductive instinct may be, and often is, transmuted or sublimated into creative work along mental, spiritual, artistic, constructive lines valuable in social life and progress. Some of the greatest workers for the world's good have been men and women who have sublimated and transmuted the reproductive instinct in this way, though they may not have recognized the cause of their zeal nor the source of their energy. Sublimation, or transmutation, is the technical term employed in psychoanalysis to designate the action compensating the individual for the frustration of an instinctive energy, tendency, or craving, by means of which the energy associated with the instinct is directed to socially useful and beneficial ends and purposes, which also serve the best interests of the individual. The term is borrowed from the ancient alchemists who sought to sublime or transmute the baser metals into gold, and thus obtain higher values from the material. In sublimation, a higher value is obtained from the elemental basic instincts. Sublimation is also a transference of basic instincts to other instincts. In it, the energy which would otherwise be short-circuited with danger to the individual and to society is thrown into work, especially creative work, along other lines of human endeavor and expression. In it, some dominant instinctive craving is sidetracked by switching it into other lines of work and activity. This method has been found to be quite practicable, for as Dr. Lay says, it has been proved, over and over again, that humans can get interested in anything, particularly anything human, the only requisite being the same as that of the love of men for women and of women for men, that is, a complete devotion to and absorption in the work that they are doing, to the utter forgetfulness of self. The methods devised by psychoanalysis for the location, discovery, uncovering, and bringing into the light of conscious inspection the hidden and covered-up sore spots and bruised places of the subconscious, may be classified as follows: 1. Free association, 2. Analysis and interpretation of dream symbols, and 3. Mental catharsis. Each of these we shall now consider briefly. The essential features and factors of each shall be presented for your inspection, the innumerable details being left for the treatment given them in the scientific works devoted to the special technique of psychoanalysis. Free association. In this method, the underlying principle is the well-known law of association of ideas of modern psychology. This law may be stated as follows: the stream of ideas is continuous, each idea or thought being linked with the one that immediately precedes and the one which immediately succeeds it. All one's ideas have certain definite associations with all his other ideas, though there are cases in which the connection cannot be traced in consciousness. Professor E. B. Titchener says, there is no distinct bit of consciousness answering to the associative bond, but only conscious processes standing related, and hence more or less unified. The associated contents are now rich and now a mere thread, the mass is now intensive and now weak, now clear and now obscure, now directed by a single element and now by the union of two or more streams of influence, now run through with pleasantness and now actively indifferent. Successive association is, like every consciousness, kaleidoscopic, picking up processes here and dropping others there, but carried always by a common core, so that there is never a jump from one stage to another. Never an hiatus within the chain, but invariably a gradual transition from point to point. When you think about anything, no matter what it may be, you will find yourself afterward thinking of something associated with and suggested by the thing first thought of. You may satisfy yourself of this at once, if you doubt it, by a trial. You will find, invariably, that thinking of any one thing causes you to also think of some other thing associated with or suggested by the first thing, and so on and on. This is the fact that underlies the law of association of ideas. There are many forms and phases of such association, but the distinction between them need not be considered here. The fact with which we are now concerned is that ideas do flow in a stream of association through the field of consciousness. The stream is continuous, flowing on and on and on, so long as we continue to think. A is followed by B, then come C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, and so on until something intervenes to divert conscious attention elsewhere. More than this, psychology teaches that every impression or record stored in the subconscious memory is linked by some, usually many, associative or suggestive bonds to every other impression or record stored there. Consequently, if we start with any thought as a loose end, we may in time unwind the unbroken thread until we come to the particular knot for which we are searching. This would take much time, ordinarily, but it has been found that by free association the subconscious speedily makes a short cut, or bridge over the intervening space, and attaches Z to A without need of our thinking of the intermediate links, just as we frequently say, from A to Z, instead of naming the intervening letters of the alphabet. Just why the subconscious does this, not but the subconscious itself seems to know, but it, itself, will not tell. Enough for us, however, is the fact that it does do it. The psychoanalyst seeking to locate and uncover a subconscious sore spot or bruised place starts into operation the process of free association. He asks the patient to think of something, anything will do, and then to allow the process of free association to proceed to wind up the loose end of the mental yarn, without interference from the conscious mentality or will. He is not to think for a purpose, however, neither is he to deliberately build fanciful air castles of imagination. All that he is to do is to keep hands off, to keep out of it, and allow the subconscious mental machinery to do the rest, and do just that it certainly will. In free association, the individual becomes a passive spectator of the kaleidoscopic panorama of passing thoughts, ideas, memories, mental pictures. He withdraws his will, his judgment, his criticism, his tastes, and allows the mental stream to flow past unhindered by conscious intervention or interference. In free association, each thought or idea liberates the next one purely by reason of some sympathetic association between them, and without being influenced by an intellectual interference. This is why it is called free. The person merely sits on the fence and watches the circus procession go by, the marching elephants and camels, the string of caged animals, the clowns, the bandwagon, and all the rest, pass by the silent spectator. A writer says, the sort of mental attitude aimed at is not a hard one to acquire, and is in reality more of a knack than anything else, and when the requisite mental condition is apprehended, a little practice will enable one to comply with the requirements quite easily. Here is an actual illustrative example. The person sitting with pencil in hand, and with paper before him, is asked to think of the word Lusitania, and to mark down each item of the associated stream of ideas flowing from that source. Then of a certain case of real or fancied injustice to the thinker, a very old sore spot or bruised place arousing irritation, vexation, resentment, and a deeply seated grievance or grudge, in which this particular Uncle Sam was a leading participant. Then comes the startling realization that this particular grievance and grudge had served to poison the mental and emotional life of the thinker for many years, and had given to him a decided undesirable trend of thought, feeling and action. This recognition then causes a revaluation of that ancient experience, and a consequent dismissal of it as having been a case of much ado about nothing, and a belated recognition of the two sides to the question. Then of a certain case of real or fancied injustice to the thinker, a very old sore spot or bruised place arousing irritation, vexation, resentment, and a deeply seated grievance or grudge, in which this particular Uncle Sam was a leading participant. Then comes the startling realization that this particular grievance and grudge had served to poison the mental and emotional life of the thinker for many years, and had given to him a decided undesirable trend of thought, feeling and action. This recognition then causes a revaluation of that ancient experience, and a consequent dismissal of it as having been a case of much ado about nothing, and a belated recognition of the two sides to the question. This particular example will serve to illustrate the entire principle and process of free association. The loose end may be any idea or thought chosen at random by the professional psychoanalyst, or by the person who is psychoanalyzing himself. The subconscious will soon make the shortcut, or bridge, of association, from at least G to Z, leaving out the intermediate letters. There is no chance about it. The process follows a law as regular and constant as that governing the tides, or as the law of gravitation. Seemingly devoid of any logical character, it really follows the law of exact logical order and sequence. There is one factor, though, which must always be present, the factor of absolute honesty regarding the ideas coming to view in the passing stream. No matter how unpleasant, how distasteful, how unnice, how shocking, the ideas may be at times, they must be taken account of and noted down, otherwise the logical sequence is interrupted, and the experiment spoiled. Neither should apparent nonsensicality, whimsicality, or seeming irrelevance be allowed to cause a passing idea, thought or associative link to be overlooked or discarded. These little things often are the great things of the process. The flow must be kept free, in view of the fact that all freely flowing mental associations eventually lead clear into the very core of the subconscious thought tendencies, which constitute the object of the analysis and search. Sooner or later, something unpleasant and painful is sure to be reached, such must not be dodged. Occasional interruptions, stoppages or breaks in the flowing stream usually denote the approaching presence of sore spots or bruised places, which the subconscious shrinks from uncovering because of the lurking fear of pain. Such interruptions, or breaks, indicate that there is present a sensitiveness resulting from near approach to the sores or bruises. Here should be noted an interesting and important fact, namely, when you reach the final idea or thought serving to cover up the sore or bruise, you will know it at once. Something will seem to say, "Here it is," or "This is it," and a flood of forgotten memories will burst into consciousness. You will know that your quest is finished, your analysis completed. Analysis and interpretation of dream symbols. In this method the principle of free association is likewise employed, but with this difference, namely, that instead of choosing the loose end of thought at random, one starts from some definite element of a remembered dream, and then allows the stream of association to flow freely, as previously described. The dream is split up into its component parts, each thing, quality, and action, each element represented by a noun, adjective, adverb, or verb, being regarded as a distinct component part. These component parts are then tried out, in succession, along the lines of free association, until in the separate or combined report there is revealed the location and form of the sore or bruise. The fundamental secret underlying this application of the general method of psychoanalysis may be stated as follows: dreams are symbolic dramatizations of disturbing subconscious elements of memory. In symbolic form they represent the repressed, suppressed, covered up painful wish, fear or weakness. They always have a hidden meaning which may be found and translated by means of scientific psychoanalysis. Their symbols give very effective, loose ends, from which to unwind the ball of hidden memory by means of free association. Sanely and intelligently employed, this method produces valuable results. It is to be regretted, however, that some over-enthusiastic followers of the Freudian teaching have carried this principle to such an absurd and fantastic extreme as to cast ridicule upon it, and to cause many persons to overlook the scientific and valuable elements involved in it. Mental catharsis. This method, as the name implies, is of a cathartic, cleansing, purifying nature. In mental catharsis, there is made a determined effort to get out of the system many objectionable emotional states, resentments, grudges, old sores, and bruises, by means of bringing them into the field of consciousness by an act of will, and then sterilizing or neutralizing them by the power of the light of attention, reason, and will. This process of inspection is aided by expressing in words the real character of these objectionable states, calling them by name, and showing that you have their number. Employing another figure, we may say that by putting them into verbal form, attaching terms and names to them, particularly in speaking aloud the names, you tend to crystallize them into definite form and into an extremely brittle condition, so that you may deal them a hearty blow with the hammer of the will directed by the eye of reason. This reduces them to dust, which the winds then blow away. Face up the objectionable tendencies. Call them by name. Speak out their real names. Turn the light of conscious attention upon them, the light that penetrates every part of them, and shows plainly and in bold relief every hateful quality. Instead of hiding them away from yourself, drag them out into the light and look at them. Analyze them, dissect them, tear them to pieces by the application of relentless, ruthless analytical reason. Then, disperse the fragments. You will find it easy to get rid of them when they are in this form. Hiding them, concealing them, covering them up from yourself, only means burying them alive, and having them work mischief for you. Drag them out, face them up, see them for what they are, call them by their right names, and then get rid of them. You will often find that these hidden things of the soul are really things not essentially evil or harmful, perhaps even good, in their right place and time, under the right conditions and environment, but which are bad when out of place and time, and under the wrong conditions and circumstances. Dirt, filth, refuse, garbage and other objectionable material are usually something all right and good in the right place, but quite bad in other places. Your mind and soul is not the right place for such refuse, garbage, and dirt. Drag it out, and have it hauled away to the dumping place for such things. Repression and concealment, hiding and covering up, only intensifies the evil. Drag it out into the light and air of conscious attention, and then cast it away from you. Do not try to fool yourself, you can't, for your subconscious is on the job. Cleanse, purify, and renovate your mental kingdom by means of the principle and method of mental catharsis. This is the only way. Subconscious thought. Many persons who have been brought to a realization of the important part played by the subconscious in the respective processes of physiological functioning, habitual physical action, emotional activity, and the mechanism of memory, and who gradually have become accustomed to the idea of attributing to the subconscious the direction and control of such processes, nevertheless are reluctant to admit that upon the planes of the subconscious there are performed also many important processes of actual reasoning, thought, logical induction and deduction. Yet the performance of this last mentioned class of mental activity is as truly a function of the subconscious as are the activities previously mentioned. On the planes of the subconscious are performed many of those processes of classification, analysis, synthesis, adjustment, relation, combination, etc., which are usually regarded as being performed exclusively by the conscious mentality. Jastrow Wells says that in addition to the simpler mental processes performed by the subconscious mentality, we must note the services that subconscious processes perform in the flow of logically associated ideas, in all the complex activities incident to connected and more or less reflective thinking. Professor Elmer Gates holds that at least 90% of our mental activities are subconscious. He holds that if we analyze our mental operations we will find that our conscious thinking is never in a continuous line, but is a series of conscious states with great intervals of unconsciousness. He bids us note that we often sit and try to solve a problem, only to fail, then we walk around, try again, and again fail, then, suddenly there dawns upon us an idea that leads to the solution of the problem. The subconscious processes have been at work on our behalf. Maudsley likewise holds that a close examination and analysis will reveal the fact that consciousness is concerned in but about 1/10 of our ordinary mental operations. He states that in every mental operation there are at work conscious, subconscious, and infraconscious mental energies, the last as indispensable as the first. Jastrow directs our attention to the fact that in the affairs of our mental life it becomes clear that some sort of selective process goes on, this implying that there is at command a collection of material from which the selection is made. He speculates concerning how far this selection and accumulation is the result of processes lying so far below the surface of consciousness that introspection fails to reveal them. He likewise points out that in all intellectual endeavor there exists a period of incubation, a process which is in a great part subconscious, a slow, concealed maturing through absorption of suitable pabulum. The same authority directs our attention to Schopenhauer's well-known statement concerning that unconscious rumination, that chewing over and over again of the cud of thought, preparatory to its assimilation with our mental tissue, the mental state or condition which another writer has referred to as the red glow that precedes the white heat. He holds that in such terms there is implied, first, a process of assimilation taking place with suppressed consciousness, second, that the larger part of the influences that in the end determine our mental growth may be effective without direct exposure to the searching light of conscious life. There is a wealth of illustrative examples supporting Schopenhauer's theory of the operation of an unconscious rumination, in which the cud of thought is chewed by the subconscious. Many of these examples have been furnished to us by the voluntary statements of eminent and careful thinkers concerning their own personal experiences. So typical are many of these experiences that they need but to be recited in order to awaken recollections of similar experiences on the part of the readers or hearers. We ask you to consider the following several relations of experiences of this kind, culled from the often somewhat extended statements appearing in the writings of the persons referred to, or expressed in conversations with their intimate friends. Von Hartmann testified to the unconscious rumination following the reading of books presenting conflicting points of view. He stated that he found that after days, weeks, or months, many of his old opinions were greatly modified, and that many new opinions had replaced some formerly entertained by him. Thompson testified that at times he had the feeling of the uselessness of all voluntary effort, and also the conviction that the matter was working itself clear in his mind. He became so accustomed to having to wait for the results of these subconscious processes that he acquired the habit of getting together enough material in advance, and then leaving the mass to be subconsciously digested until he was ready to write on the chosen subject. He stated that once in his writing of his principal work he came to a point when he could proceed no further. He stopped his work, and deliberately thought about other things. One evening while reading his newspaper the substance of the missing part of his book flashed into his mind, and he began to write. He adds, this was only a sample of many such experiences. Brodie said that it often happened that he had accumulated a store of facts, but had been unable to proceed further with his thought on the general subject. He found by experience, in such cases, that after an interval of time the obscurity and confusion cleared away, the facts had settled themselves in their right places, though he was not conscious of the intervening processes. Bascom remarked how often his conscious conclusions were based upon premises which seemed to lie beneath the plane of consciousness. He said, "It is inexplicable how the mind can wittingly take up a mental movement at an advanced stage, having missed its primary steps." Galton spoke of having dragged into the light of consciousness certain whole states of mental operation that had lapsed out of ordinary consciousness. Maudsley spoke of how uncomfortable he became concerning certain obscure ideas, and how there seemed to be an effort of the lost idea to get into consciousness, and of the relief experienced when the imprisoned idea finally burst into consciousness. Mozart testified that often he could not account for his musical compositions. He asserted that they frequently came to him all at once. He added, "The rest is merely an attempt to reproduce what I have heard." Hamilton discovered a most important law of mathematics while one day walking with his wife in the observatory at Dublin. He had previously been unable to bring together the elements of his thought on the subject, and had ceased to think of the matter. Then, suddenly, he felt the galvanic circle of thought close, and the sparks that fell from it was the knowledge of the fundamental relations of his problem. His discovery was made. Berthelot, the great French founder of modern synthetic chemistry, once stated in a letter to a close friend that the final experiments which led to his most wonderful discoveries had never been the result of carefully followed and reasoned trains of thought, but that, on the contrary, they came of themselves, so to speak, from the clear sky. Mozart was playing billiards one day, when all of a sudden there flashed into his consciousness the aria of the quartet of The Magic Flute. Fortunately for himself, and for the world, he had his notebook with him, and dropping his cue, he recorded the notes which had come to him in this wonderful way. A writer relates that an inventor who had been working, without success, upon the problem of properly constructing a prism for a binocular microscope, one day relaxed sufficiently to become absorbed in an interesting novel, when, lo! He suddenly conceived the elusive idea, and solved his perplexing problem. Kekulé relates that he suddenly saw the atoms dancing about in midair, in conformity with his evolving theory of atomic grouping, while he was riding on a London bus one day with no conscious thought upon the matter of his theory. Many careful students of the phenomena of the thought processes of the subconscious have noted that the finishing touch of the subconscious digestion of a perplexing subject seems to be performed when the attention is momentarily diverted to another subject or object. Psychologists hold that in cases in which we have been unable by conscious effort of will to recall something that has previously been in the mind, try as hard as we may, we frequently achieve the desired result after we have turned the attention to something else, the missing idea coming up spontaneously without effort of will and when we are not consciously thinking about it at all. The same principle is found to apply in the processes of subconscious thought as well as in those of memory. Many have found by experience that by deliberately employing the mind with something else, something quite irrelevant to the subject previously engaging the thought, they often obtain the answer sought for in vain before the diversion. As Jastrow well says, the daydream through which flashes a happy eureka, or the dream of a deeper sleep that discovers the treasures that our laborious digging has failed to unearth, are equally instances in which the fixed intent of the more watchful consciousness is withdrawn. Holmes holds that the automatic flow of subconscious thought is favored by listening to an uninteresting discourse, containing just enough ideas in it to keep the conscious mind busy. Carpenter also holds that the subconscious process is more likely to evolve the desired result and the conscious activity is at least partially directed elsewhere. Jastrow compares this to the astronomer who sees better the star by looking a little to one side of it, instead of gazing directly at it. He says, "We might almost say that distraction and the idler moments of contemplative reverie are as essential to fruitful production as the intent periods of executive effort. The trough of the wave is as intrinsic a part of its progressive character as is the crest." We have here another instance in which it is seen that, once in a while at least, it is well for the conscious mentality to refrain from actively bossing the job, then allowing the detail work to be performed by those subconscious faculties best equipped for the task, in a word, by those faculties kept by you for that particular work. But equally true is it that it is well for the boss to stay around the shop, keeping an eye on what is going on, expecting and demanding the best results, and being ready to pass fair and righteous judgment upon the finished product. In the perfect coordination between the conscious mentality and the subconscious alone is to be found the balance and golden mean which makes for efficiency. Unsupervised subconscious activity is as far from being the ideal condition as is that in which there is found the refusal to permit the subconscious the right to perform its proper and natural work. Many writers, inventors, scientists, and others performing extended and continuous mental work, have testified to the fact that, in one way or another, they have discovered that the faculties and powers of the subconscious may be trained to perform much of the drudgery of the intellectual work, leaving the conscious faculties free to design and to direct the general course of the task. Many men of large business affairs also have made a similar or identical discovery. Without realizing the scientific principles involved, such persons have stumbled upon methods whereby much of their work of mental digestion may be performed for them by the subconscious. These discoveries, followed by a practical application of the methods adopted, have resulted in such persons being able to perform what has seemed to others to be an almost incredible amount of intellectual labor, while still having sufficient time and energy to plan out great enterprises, and free to devote some time to amusements, games, sports, travel, and other forms of relaxation. No consideration of this subject would be complete without at least a reference to the testimony of Robert Louis Stevenson, the famous writer, concerning this very important phase of mental work. So typical and characteristic of the general principle involved are the statements of this master of the craft of writing, that we feel warranted in dwelling at some length upon them in the present consideration of the subject of subconscious thought. Stevenson was fond of speaking of his subconscious mental faculties as his brownies, borrowing the illustration from the familiar fairy tales of childhood, in which are related the performances of the friendly little brownies who each night take up and complete the tasks left undone by the overworked friendly shoemaker or carpenter who had befriended the tiny creatures. He said, "My brownies. God bless them. Who do half of my work for me when I am fast asleep, and in all likelihood do the rest for me when I am wide awake and foolishly suppose that I do it for myself." He relates that he had long been wanting to write a book on man's double being, and without success had racked his brain for a plot of any sort relating to that subject. Then, one night he dreamed the principal incidents of his great story of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. These, he said, were all given him in bulk and details, as he afterward wrote them in the story. He goes on to say further that often when he belabored his brains over a story needed to supply the bread and butter, behold, the little people began to bestir themselves in the same quest, and to labor all night long to supply his wants in that direction. Often, he said, did these sleepless brownies do his honest work for him, and gave him better tales than he could fashion for himself. He said that they, like him, had learned to build the scheme of a considerable story, and to arrange emotion in progressive order. They were able to tell him a story piece by piece, like a serial, and to keep him all the while in ignorance of the outcome. Only, said he, they had more talent than he, himself. But, while praising the work of his little mental brownies, Stevenson does not deny the important part played by his conscious, everyday mentality in his creative work. He says, I am an excellent advisor, something like Molière's servant. I pull back and I cut down, and I dress the whole in the best words and sentences that I can find and make. I hold the pen, too, and I do the sitting at the table, which is about the worst of it, and when all is done, I make up the manuscript and pay for the registration, so that on the whole, I have some claim to share, though not so largely as I do, in the profits of our common enterprise. Stevenson's figurative illustration in which the faculties of the subconscious are pictured as brownies must not be dismissed as merely a fancy. Beneath the fantastic disguise with which he has dressed up the subconscious faculties, they are plainly recognizable to psychologists, they run true to form. The psychological facts are there, the processes are scientifically described, notwithstanding the fanciful dressing which serves to invest them with an additional interest to the non-scientific reader, and for most scientific readers as well. Moreover, it must not be forgotten that Stevenson's dreams were quite as often daydream states as they were the ordinary dreams of the night. That even in the ordinary dreams of the night the subconscious performs important work is attested by numerous good authorities, and many instances are cited to prove the fact. We shall quote a few examples for your consideration. Coleridge composed his celebrated poem, Kubla Khan, in a dream, and wrote it down when he awoke. Abercrombie relates a case in which a distinguished lawyer went to bed after studying hard over a difficult case. His wife saw him rise in the middle of the night, sit down, and write a long paper which he then put in his desk, and returned to bed. Next morning he told his wife that he had dreamt that he had written a clear and luminous opinion on the case, which he would give anything to be able to remember. His wife directed him to his writing desk, where he found the opinion fully written out, just as he had dreamed it. Schofield relates a case in which a young music pupil had great difficulty in correctly performing a difficult shake in a sonata. She was unable to master it. One night her mother, who slept with the girl, was awakened by feeling her daughter's fingers moving on her face. She asked the girl what she was doing, but the child was asleep, though her fingers were performing the shake on the mother's face. The next day, to the amazement of her teacher, the pupil played the difficult shake perfectly and without apparent effort. The subconscious had taken over the task after having mastered it during the sleep of the girl. Holmes relates incidents of these dream helpers, who are wiser than ourselves, and who put thoughts in our heads and words into our mouths. Yet he holds, as do the present writers, that it is no other self that is doing the work, but rather that it is one's own self in one of its phases or aspects of manifestation. He says on this point, Dr. Johnson dreamed that he had a contest of wit with an opponent, and got the worst of it. Of course he furnished the wit for both. Tartini heard the devil play a wonderful sonata, and he set it down on awakening. But who was the devil but Tartini himself? You must never lose sight of the fact that these helpers, these brownies, these other selves, are but fanciful names applied to certain aspects or phases of the mental activities of yourself. You are always yourself, your whole self, and nothing but yourself. All separation or division of that self is illusory, and all terms indicating such separation or division are but figurative terms employed for convenience. All these phenomena are manifested on some of the planes or regions of your new mental empire, by some of your own subordinate faculties, powers, or energies. Keep this fact always in mind, and you will not be led to follow fanciful will-o'-the-wisps which lead only to the quagmires of error, and away from the main road of truth. Sometimes, however, it happens that the brilliant thoughts and ideas evolved in the deep dream states escape the conscious mentality which upon wakening seeks to remember and recall them to consciousness, or to record them in writing or speech. Nothing but a meaningless jumble of words is the result in some cases. Holmes relates an experience in which, as he states, the veil of eternity was lifted. The one great truth, that which underlies all human experience, and is the key to all the mysteries that philosophy has sought in vain to solve, flashed upon me in a sudden revelation. Henceforth all was clear. A few words had lifted my intelligence to the level of the knowledge of the cherubim. Awakening, he staggered to his desk, and wrote in ill-shaped, straggling characters the all-embracing truth still lingering in my consciousness. But, alas! The words he wrote were merely these: a strong smell of turpentine prevails throughout. Many of us have similar experiences which usually we are ashamed to relate, so trite, commonplace, or even absurd, is the recorded conscious report. One is reconciled, however, by the generally accepted idea that, although the conscious mentality is often unable to grasp and retain, to recall and record these conceptions of the highest activities of subconscious thought, and may even be betrayed into reporting some distorted impression made upon the waking consciousness, nevertheless the conception itself is impressed upon the memory records of the subconscious, thereafter to play an important part in our conscious mental life by reason of the occasional rise of the submerged ideas to the surface of consciousness. How to apply the principles of subconscious thought. I. Provide proper materials. You have been shown how the subconscious undertakes and performs the important work of unconscious rumination, how it chews the mental cud composed of the materials of mental food previously supplied to it. In this unconscious rumination, or chewing over the cud of thought, the subconscious performs the work of breaking into digestible form, and reducing to the proper consistency the crude material of thought which has previously been furnished it. The subconscious, in this process, also selects the best elements of the material furnished it, retaining this for its future work while rejecting the useless residue of the mass. Here is to be noted a most important point, i.e., that just as the ruminant animal first must be furnished with the rough mass of food material which it then proceeds to reduce to the proper consistency and condition for digestion and assimilation, so the subconscious first must be furnished with the rough material of thought which it is expected to digest thoroughly and assimilate after it has selected from the mass the available material, the rest being rejected by it. This point has been overlooked by many investigators of the work of the subconscious. They have been so carried away by the wonderful possibilities of this process of the subconscious that they have neglected to note the antecedent conditions of this operation. In fact, some of them have practically claimed that the subconscious requires no such solid material for its processes of unconscious rumination. They seemingly imply that it performs its work with the subtle materials obtained from the thin air breathed by it. But, alas! This is but a dream. The subconscious can no more proceed with its processes of unconscious rumination without material than can the ruminant animal proceed to chew the cud unless it has previously partaken of the rough materials of its food. In all cases of unconscious rumination, there must be present the solid material of facts, to be chewed carefully and reduced to the proper consistency by the ruminative mechanism of the subconscious. Therefore, when you wish to set before the subconscious some important and difficult task of unconscious rumination, you should first saturate your mind with the subject in question. Bring into consciousness every associated fact or related principle that is possible to you. Read and listen to all possible points of view on the subject, refusing to be dismayed or discouraged by the mass of contradictions and irreconcilable different points of view, belief, or opinion. Add every possible bit of associated or related material to the general mass, with full confidence that your subconscious will attend to the work of rumination, digestion, selection and assimilation of that heterogeneous mass of mental food which you have gathered for it. Though this sometimes may seem to produce the preliminary symptoms of mental dyspepsia in your conscious mentality, do not worry. the mental stomach of the subconscious is strong and enduring, and will be able to perform its task on the material which now dismays you. It possesses ostrich-like powers of digestion. In addition to the material which you thus specially supply to the subconscious, however, the latter also draws upon its own large stock of associated and related material which it has stored on its subconscious levels or mental floors, but which you have apparently forgotten. It may even go so far as to draw upon the material of the racial memory, if it becomes sufficiently interested in the task, and is adequately aroused by your strong desire and your firm faith in the possibilities of your subconscious. From many sources the subconscious draws the varied materials for its cut of unconscious rumination. But, nevertheless, you will fall far short of efficient performance if you fail to do your work in the matter of securing and assembling before it such useful material as you may be able to gather. You must always be able to say, honestly and truthfully, to your subconscious, I have done the best I could for you, it is up to you to do the rest. 2. Give definite directions. Many persons who have noted the process of unconscious rumination performed by the subconscious, and also many who have acquired more or less ability to set deliberately the subconscious faculties to work along these lines, have not fully grasped the definite and clear principle involved in the process of instituting and directing the said processes. Their efforts in this direction often are conducted more or less on the hit or miss principle, and are based on the belief that, somehow, someway, the subconscious will work out the matter for them. Not understanding the fundamental principles involved in the subconscious processes, they are content with a more or less indefinite course of setting the thing to work. An examination of most of the cases cited in the textbooks, or else related by those who have experienced subconscious phenomena of this kind, will show you that the usual course is to fill the mental stomach of the subconscious with material deemed appropriate, just as one would fill the physical stomach with appropriate food, and then to trust to nature, or to instinct, to perform the complex task of reducing the mass to the proper consistency, of chemically digesting it thoroughly, and of assimilating it perfectly. Such a course, as a matter of fact, frequently produced a reasonably satisfactory result. What Jastrow terms a combination of the elements into a half-consistent whole results in such cases, and is gratefully accepted by the individual as the best of all possible results. But, although our standard modern Western psychologists have not as yet discovered and formulated a more scientific and more certain and effective method of applying the principle of subconscious mentation, those who have learned some of the secrets of the ancient Oriental teachings are aware that the sages of these older schools, many centuries ago, evolved the true methods in question. Without attempting to go into a detailed and technical consideration of the theories entertained by these Oriental teachers, we shall ask you to consider the practical principles of their methods. We have here another instance of the fact that underlying the often quite vague theories and metaphysical speculations of the Oriental philosophers there may be found certain very practical methods of applying psychological principles recognized by both Eastern and Western psychology. The chief principle of the Oriental method is based upon the fact that there exists a manifestation of attention on the subconscious plane of mentation, as well as upon its conscious planes. Moreover, just as conscious attention may be aroused and directed in two ways, viz., 1. By general interest, curiosity, desire, etc., and 2. By deliberate concentration of the will in voluntary attention, so may the subconscious attention be aroused and directed in a corresponding way. In both cases attention is the active mental element involved. In most cases, such as we have previously related, the subconscious attention is directed and aroused by the power of interest, curiosity, desire, etc., which descends from the conscious mentality to the plane of the subconscious. The general interest in the subject, the curiosity concerning the solution of the problem, and the desire to reach a successful result, all tend to arouse and to direct the subconscious attention, and to set into activity its processes of unconscious rumination, and even higher and more complex activities of the subconscious. This is the true explanation of the interesting phenomena of ordinary unconscious rumination, such as are recorded in the textbooks or experienced in everyday life by yourself. But just as the voluntary, trained attention of the student and the scientist is far more efficient than the ordinary, more or less involuntary conscious attention of the ordinary person, so is the voluntary, deliberate, concentrated subconscious attention of the trained mind far superior to and far more effective than the ordinary more or less involuntary attention of the person who has just discovered that the subconscious works, but who has not as yet learned just how it works. The deliberate action of and direction by the will constitutes the distinction between the involuntary state and the voluntary state, in the case of both the conscious and the subconscious mental activities involved in thought. You will need but a simple, familiar example to give you the general principle involved in this matter. You know by experience that when you have strongly impressed upon the subconscious the necessity of your being awakened at 5 o'clock in the morning in order to catch a certain train, you may count upon something awakening you at that particular time. Or, when you have an important engagement which you have apparently overlooked, something tells you that you have forgotten something, just in time to allow you to rush to keep the engagement. Well, then, here you have set your subconscious attention upon the task, and your subconscious has been on the job for you. The same principle is involved in even the highest and most complex activities and processes of subconscious mentation in which there is something to be done. The Oriental teacher instructs his pupils to acquire by repeated practice and exercise the knack of performing the following particular mental activity. The student must formulate in his mind a clear idea of the mental task to be performed. He must perceive it in general outline, and also should form a clearly defined idea of just what task he wishes to have accomplished, just what kind of work he wishes to have performed for him. He must then form a mental picture of the thought material being lowered or dropped to the subconscious levels of the mind, as, for instance, being dropped through a trapdoor. He must then deliberately, positively and earnestly give a mental or verbal command or direction to the subconscious mentality to perform the task for him. For instance, he must issue the command, subconscious. I wish you carefully and thoroughly to analyze, to classify, and logically to arrange the materials of this subject, and then to carry the reasoning concerning it to its logical conclusion. The material so passed on to the subconscious, however, must have been previously subjected to a most intense and concentrated inspection by the conscious attention. As the Oriental teachers say, it must be saturated with attention, until every part of it is so permeated by attention that it carries attention in its very substance. Thought, thus energized by attention, will reawaken into being on the subconscious planes with the necessary amount of attention involved in it. This, in turn, will attract and hold the subconscious attention element of thought. The subconscious attention, once having been attracted by and directed to a subject, will never afterward release its hold on that subject until the latter has been brought as nearly to a successful conclusion as is possible under the circumstances. It may take only a few minutes, or it may take hours, days, months, or even years to reach the conclusion, but it will hold tenaciously to the task, and will report the result eventually. Have you not received answers and reports from the subconscious concerning questions and subjects which perplexed you many years ago, and which you had almost forgotten? While your conscious mentality had practically forgotten the matter, your subconscious has remembered it and has continued its work. This wonderful method is so simple that there is danger that you may overlook its great importance and its marvelous possibilities. It consists, as you have seen, of the following simple mental processes, viz. 1. Concentrating the conscious attention upon the general problem or task, until the whole subject of it is fairly saturated by attention. 2. Forming the mental picture or idea of the transference of the general thought from the conscious plane or level down to that of the subconscious mentality, to the subconscious. 3. Giving the subconscious the positive, clear, definite command or direction concerning what you wish it to do for you in the matter. That is all there is to it, though several books might be filled with illustrative examples and adaptations to particular instances or special cases. Consequently, you are advised to commit to memory the above-stated 3 stages of the methods or process in question, and to apply them in any and all cases in which you desire the subconscious to proceed along the lines of subconscious thought in a definite direction and toward certain definite ends. The rest is all practice, 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 and exercise, exercise, and exercise. There is, however, a peculiar little mental knack about the method of giving the command or direction to the subconscious. This little knack will come to you only by practice and exercise. It cannot be expressed in words, it must be picked up in actual practice. When once acquired, it will never be forgotten by you. Charles Leland illustrated the principle of this little knack in his statements concerning what he called forethought. He says of this principle, "As I understand it, it is a kind of impulse or projection of will into the coming work. I may here illustrate this with a curious fact in physics. If the reader wished to ring an old-style doorbell so as to produce as much sound as possible, he would probably pull it back as far as he could, and then let it go. But if he would, in letting it go, simply give it a tap with his forefinger, he would actually redouble the sound. Or, to shoot an arrow as far as possible, it is not enough to merely draw the bow to its utmost span or tension. If, just before it goes, you will give the bow a quick push, though the effort be trifling, the arrow will fly almost as far again as it would have done without it." Or, as is well known, in wielding a very sharp saber, we make the draw cut, that is, if to the blow or chop, as with an axe, we also add a certain slight pull, simultaneously, we can cut through a silk handkerchief or a sheep. Forethought is the tap on the bell, the push on the bow, the draw on the saber. It is the deliberate but yet rapid action of the mind when, before going to sleep or dismissing thought, we bid the mind to subsequently respond. It is more than merely thinking what we are to do, it is the bidding or ordering the self to fulfill a task, before willing it. Additional illustrations will occur to the reader who is familiar with the games of golf, billiards, tennis, etc., in each of which the skillful players discover the little knack of putting something into the blow, the stroke, or whatever the movement may be. He finds that by putting that little something of himself into the movement he adds very materially to its power, its accuracy, and its general efficiency. The principle of the little knack in the giving of commands or directions to the subconscious closely resembles the principles employed in the skilled physical movement to which we have just referred. You must learn to put a little of yourself into it. Subconscious thought may be set into activity by the method previously described, under nearly any or all kinds of circumstances. It may be set egoing during the day, or just before going to sleep at night. Leland and some others have strongly advised the last mentioned plan, claiming for its special advantages. In cases where quick decisions and actions are necessary, the process may be effected with little or no loss of time. The time necessary to flick the ashes from your cigar before answering, or in which to reach out to replace an object on your desk, or to perform any similar action, will be sufficient for the subconscious to render you at least some degree of assistance in response to your positive command, "Attend to this for me quickly, at once." The subconscious is capable of the lightning-like rapidity of certain dream states in such cases. Try this method and learn for yourself how wonderfully rapid and effective is the response. Leland says, "The practice of composing the plan as perfectly, yet as succinctly as possible, combined with the energetic impulse to send it off, will ere long give the student a conception of what I mean by forethought, which by description I cannot. And when grown familiar and really mastered, it will give to its possessor a power to think and act promptly, in all the emergencies of life, in a greatly increased degree. Forethought may be brief, but it should always be energetic. By cultivating it we acquire the enviable talent of those men who take in everything at a glance, and act promptly, like Napoleon. This power is universally believed to be entirely innate, or a gift, but it can be induced or developed in all minds in proportion to the will, by practice. 3. Refrain from interfering. In passing on to your subconscious any certain and particular work to be performed by it, you should refrain from interfering with the subconscious processes. You may, and indeed should, stand by, as it were, ready to seek for or to furnish any additional data or facts for which it may call, and you should always exercise the right of supervision, revision, and general management, as we have already told you. But you should never meddle with the processes of the subconscious in themselves, nor should you attempt to boss the job in its details as well as in the general direction and management. A violation of this last rule may confuse the subconscious, or, in extreme cases, may even throw it into a state of panic. This is a common mistake, and one especially to be guarded against. You must cultivate and manifest confidence and trust in your subconscious. The subconscious, as we have previously informed you, is as sensitive as are intelligent workers in general. In some cases it manifests quite a show of artistic temperament, and is easily disturbed by what it may deem an unwarranted meddling with its work. Exercise the iron hand upon it, if you will, but always be careful to wear the velvet glove on that hand, if you wish to secure the best results from it. Sometimes the subconscious may tentatively raise to your conscious plane of mentality its unfinished work for your inspection. It wants you to tell it how you like it as far as it has gone. Give its reports and results a careful examination, and add any helpful suggestions which may occur to you, then send it back for completion with a word of encouragement, and with that little tap on the bell, as Leland puts it. Do not make the mistake, however, of the child who, having planted seeds in the garden, pulls up the sprouts each morning to see how much the roots have grown overnight. You are not dealing with a lifeless mechanism, remember, you are dealing with a living intelligence which is an aspect of yourself. Subconscious thought and logic. Some persons who have acquired proficiency in subconscious mentation, but who have wished also to acquire a knowledge of logic and logical thinking, have found themselves somewhat upset, at first, after they have acquainted themselves with the principles of formal logic. They report that they have found themselves in somewhat the same general condition of the centipede, mentioned in a foregoing section of this book, who had lost the natural art of running many-legged after he began to think of which leg follows which. The trouble here, however, should not be blamed upon logic. It arises rather from an attempt to take away from the subconscious all the thinking work that had previously been performed by it, and to attempt now to perform this on the conscious plane alone, according to the rules of logic. Had such persons continued to permit their subconscious to perform its accustomed work, instead of trying to rob it of its natural tasks, they would have discovered that the subconscious was performing its work even more effectively than before, by reason of the superimposition of the knowledge of the laws and rules of logical thought. It will be found, as a rule, that the subconscious thought of a logical thinker will be far more logical than that of an illogical person. One may improve the logical quality of his subconscious mentation by studying the elements and principles of practical logic. The training received thereby by the conscious mentality is reflected upon the subconscious planes. This being the case, those feeling the need of improvement along the lines of logical thinking need fear no interference with the thought processes of their subconscious. Quite the reverse is the fact, as we have said. But, in studying along the lines of logical thought for this purpose, confine yourself to works on the subject of practical logic. Leave formal logic for those who are fond of the academic, technical phases of the subject. Select those works in which the subject of logic is brought down to solid earth, instead of being raised to the upper regions in which the clouds abound. We feel warranted in here directing to your attention that volume of this series entitled Reasoning Power, the subject of which is practical logic and the laws and rules of practical logical thought. The Superconscious Planes. One of the most interesting, and at the same time one of the most perplexing features attending the investigation of the phenomena of the other consciousness, states of mental activity which are included in the general category of the subconscious, is the undoubted evidence of the existence of what may be called, respectively, the higher and lower planes of mental activity in the great region of the subconscious. The subconscious, in fact, is discovered to be not merely a simple other mind, but rather to be a greater region of other consciousness, mental activity, having its plains and its mountain peaks, its highlands and its lowlands, the great area of your new mental empire. In the lowlands of the subconscious are discovered those activities which seem to be more or less automatic, although manifesting both intelligence and a logical method of procedure. In the highlands are discovered certain other activities which transcend the ordinary intelligence of the conscious mentality, activities which, while not contrary to reason, nevertheless seem to proceed further and with less effort than the ordinary reasoning processes of the human mind. In short, in the great region of the other consciousness, there is discovered to be present a strange and perplexing mixture of both high and low, of that which seems little more than simple instinct, and of that which seems to partake of the nature of what may be called intuition. This discovery has caused much confusion, and has served to upset many otherwise quite reasonable theories and hypotheses. Probably the most pronounced emphasis placed upon the distinction between the highlands and the lowlands of the subconscious is that maintained by certain schools of thought on the subject which, borrowing the idea from the Oriental philosophers, have sought to divide the region of the other consciousness into two great areas, known respectively as the subconscious and the superconscious. The former area including the lower phases of subconscious mental activity, the latter area including the higher phases to which we have referred. But it is impossible to draw a positive and definite line between the high and the low areas of the subconscious. That great region is not one in which all the lowlands are on one side of a given line, and all the highlands on the other side. Instead, in it, just as in any great physical region, there are alternating areas of valleys and plains, and of hills and mountains. As in the physical world, so in the psychical world one unusually needs but to travel upward, not merely east, west, north, or south, in order to reach the high levels. Moreover, it is impossible to draw a hard and fast line between the higher and the lower activities. These activities frequently blend so into each other that it is most difficult to determine whether they belong to the higher or to the lower. There is, in fact, an indefinite intermediate area in which the higher and lower blend, mingle, and form combinations. It has been found more satisfactory to employ the illustrative example of the solar spectrum, with its various colors with their shadings and blendings, with its infrared regions existing in invisible form on the one side, and its ultraviolet regions, likewise invisible, existing on the other side, with the great visible regions existing in the center. While we are favorable to the occasional employment of the term, the superconsciousness, to designate the highest of the activities of the subconscious, we still prefer the general term of the subconscious, to designate the entire region of the other consciousness, planes of man's mental activity. Many leading writers on the subject of the subconscious have testified to the existence of these planes of its activities and powers, and have pointed out the distinction between these and the lower planes of its manifestation. They have demonstrated that there are, out of consciousness, mental operations which are above the horizon of ordinary consciousness, rather than below it, regions of the higher soul and spirit life, of which we are only at times vaguely conscious, but which always exist, and link us to eternal verities. They have expressed the conviction that there exist in the realm of human mentality certain, supernormal and transcendental powers of which at present we catch only occasional glimpses, and that behind these, there are fathomless abysses, the divine ground of the soul, the ultimate reality of which our consciousness is but a reflection or faint perception. In these high regions of mentality, say they, all the higher mental operations are conducted. It is here that genius works. This is the higher mental realm of which Carlyle speaks when he says, Shakespeare's intellect is what I call unconscious intellect, there is more virtue in it than he himself is aware of. The later generations of men will find new meanings in Shakespeare, new elucidations of their own human being. It is this that Goethe had in mind when he said, I prefer that the principle from which, and through which I work, shall be hidden from me. It is this to which Ferrier refers when he says, the sublimest works of the intelligence are quite possible, and may easily be conceived to be executed, without ordinary consciousness of them on the part of the immediate agent. It is this which inspired Emerson to bid us to trust the higher consciousness even, though you can render no reason, and, whose reports, shall ripen into truth, and you shall know what you believe. Emerson also hints at the same truth in his lines. Delicate omens traced in air. To the lone bard true witness bear. Birds with auguries on their wings. Chanted undeceiving things. Him to beckon, him to warn. Well might then the poet scorn to learn of scribe or courier. Hints writ in vaster character. The lower planes of the subconscious contain only that which has been placed there by heredity, by the suggestions of others, by the conscious experiences of the individual, or by the imperfect reflection of the superconscious faculties before the latter have unfolded their message to the conscious mentality. The higher regions, the superconscious, on the contrary, contain much which man has never before experienced consciously or subconsciously. Many careful thinkers hold that, just as that which manifests on the conscious planes today will be passed on to the subconscious levels tomorrow, so much that is now locked up in the regions of the superconscious will be passed down and revealed to consciousness at a later period in the evolution of the individual and of the race. Much that is now a familiar manifestation in the ordinary consciousness was at one time the exclusive property of the superconscious. Likewise, in the future states of the spiritual evolution of the race, the superconscious will bestow upon the ordinary consciousness much that is now revealed only in occasional flashes of inspiration, genius, or illumination. One of the present writers expressed the following ideas in a much earlier work, published in 1902, which he has found no reason to change in the intervening 20 years. From the region of the superconscious comes that which is not contrary to reason, but which is beyond ordinary reason. This is the source of illumination, enlightenment, genius, inspiration. This is the region from which the true poet obtains his inspiration, the exceptional writer his gift, the real seer his vision, the veritable prophet his knowledge. Many have received messages of this kind from the region of the superconscious, and have thought that they heard the voice of God, of angels, of spirits, but the voice came from within. In this region are to be found the sources of intuition. Some of the superconscious faculties are higher than are others, but each has its own part to play. Many a man has received inspiration from within, and has given a message which has astonished the world. Many poets, painters, writers, sculptors, have acted upon the inspiration received from their superconsciousness. Certain great poems, certain great writings, certain great pictures, certain great statues, have about them an indefinable something which appeals to us and make us feel their wonderful strength, that mysterious quality absent from the productions of ordinary mental effort. Even scientists commonly regarded as materialistic have frankly admitted that they can conceive of the possibility of mental states as much higher than those of the average man as the latter are higher than the mental states of the black beetle, and that there is no difficulty in conceiving the existence of degrees of intelligence as much superior to ordinary intelligence as the latter is superior to mechanical motion. Science informs us that consciousness has evolved from the state of mere sensitiveness, which was but little more than the chemical sensitiveness to stimulus, thence on to true sensation, high and low, thence on to simple consciousness, high and low, thence on to self-consciousness, high and low. Is it to be supposed that evolution has nothing further to unfold in the nature of consciousness? Is it not more reasonable to believe that just as sensation evolved from mere sensitiveness, just as simple consciousness evolved from sensation, and just as self-consciousness evolved from simple consciousness, so may there be other and higher forms of consciousness destined to evolve and unfold from our present stages of consciousness? In fact, it would appear that even at the present time some of these higher faculties are beginning to dawn upon the race. Is it unreasonable to believe that this new consciousness will partake of the character of that which we seek to indicate by the term intuition? The term intuition, rightly understood, perhaps best indicates the characteristic elements of the higher subconscious knowing or activity, of that phase or aspect of the subconscious which has been called the superconsciousness. Webster defines intuition, as ordinarily understood, as direct apprehension or cognition, immediate knowledge, as in perception or consciousness, involving no reasoning power, quick or ready insight or apprehension. Many seek to convince us that intuition is the source of its own knowledge, that it has no need for data derived from experience, but this view is disputed by others who hold that intuition is merely a higher form of reasoning. We, however, are inclined to the view that intuition is a higher form of reasoning, proceeding perhaps by short-cuts impossible to our ordinary conscious reasoning processes, and manifesting its action in an almost incredibly brief period of time. The marked difference between the clear, acute, and rapid reasoning processes of the trained thinkers of the race, and the clumsy, dull, heavy, and slow reasoning of untrained minds, gives us a hint concerning the nature of intuition, and contains a hopeful promise of further evolution along the same lines. It is possible, in imagination, to conceive of mental faculties and powers sufficiently evolved and developed to be able to grasp the essential relations and data involved in a problem in a new way, in a way in which there is manifested a highly increased power of perception, apperception, and generalization, and able to perform the processes of induction and deduction, or perhaps a reasoning process higher than either, with intensive effort and greatly increased speed. An individual possessing this power would appear to the ordinary thinker as one able to know without thinking at all, though such individual would really be performing each and every stage of thought. The rapid movement of the moving picture films causes us to perceive the picture as continuous and unbroken, whereas, in reality, it is composed of many separate and particular units. A rapidly revolving object seems to us to stand still. So may it be with the mind operating with a highly increased speed accompanied with a highly increased power of perception, apperception, generalization, etc. The careful examination of the thought processes of certain exceptional thinkers of the race would seem to support the idea of an intuitive reasoning proceeding in the way just indicated. Careful thinkers have held the scientific faith that man will evolve the mechanism of thought sufficient to deal with the more complex and difficult problems which are forcing themselves before the human mind, and which are demanding solution. Haeckel has said, "There is no scientific problem which we may dare to say the mind of man will never solve, no mystery so deep or profound, no question has or ever will be asked but a mind or brain will be evolved capable of solving or answering." Stevens says, "If it becomes essential for mankind to know, infinite nature will evolve an organ of mind that can comprehend." Psychology furnishes us with analogies sufficient to warrant us in speculation concerning the possible effect of mental processes greatly speeded up, and yet proceeding in logical sequence, the intensely rapid action of the mind in certain dream states, and in cases in which certain anesthetics have been administered, gives us a valuable hint. It is within the proper limits of scientific imagination to speculate concerning the possible existence of mental states in which the logical conclusion from a given premise might seem to be arrived at practically instantaneously, just as a sufficiently speeded-up moving picture projector would be able to present to us, in an almost simultaneous picturing, the beginning and ending of a scene, all that came between being imperceptible. Time as experienced by the mind is purely relative and comparative. The midge lives a lifetime of vivid experience in an hour of time, or less, while, on the other hand, we may conceive of beings of a high order to whom 1,000 years is but a day. Under intense pressure the minds of human beings have been known to act with an almost incredible rapidity, and with an almost superhuman clearness, power, and effect. We say even of ordinary efficient thinkers that they think in a flash, or that they reach a result almost intuitively. These facts serve as striking hints concerning the character and nature of the processes of the intuition manifested by the higher planes of the subconscious, the so-called superconscious planes of mentation. The only known method whereby the individual may increase and develop the degree of the manifestation of the intuitive powers of the higher planes of the subconscious, apart from the mystical practices, many of which are of quite doubtful value, and apart from certain psychic methods, which are often positively dangerous and harmful, consists of the calm recognition of the existence of these higher powers of the subconscious, and the courteous reception and entertainment of the reports coming from them. Recognize its powers as those of your higher self, and accept its services as rightfully belonging to you, yet receive them with thanks. Open your mind to the rays coming from above, and profit by the energizing power of that light. Seek development along these lines, and let the power unfold naturally, gradually, and in accordance with the law of evolution. Do not try to force the growth, nor to employ unnatural methods. Here is the rule by which you may determine whether a report of intuition comes from the true higher planes of mind, or whether it is a distorted reflection reaching you from some of the lower planes. the true intuitive report will never run contrary to reason properly exercised and interpreted, though it may transcend the possible reports of the ordinary reasoning processes. Do not accept the report as correct if it runs contrary to your highest reason, or if it is opposed to your common sense. Intuition is higher reason, reason plus, or reason more so. It is never anti-reason, or the opposite of reason. Reason has been evolved by nature to provide man with his sane and safe standards of belief and action, therefore, you should never seek to discard it in order to adopt some anti-rational report, attractive though the latter may appear to be at first sight, nor how highly recommended it may come. You should welcome the opening and unfoldment of the higher planes of reason, but you should always assure yourself that the essential principle of reason is present in the reports of any part of your mind, before you accept them as final. You should regard reason as the evolving instrument of your experience and expression, not as a fixed and unalterable mechanism beyond the possibility of further growth, improvement and development. Avail yourself of the services of intuition, your higher reason, but always stand firmly on the solid rock of practical reason, for there your safety lies. Intuition, if real and true, is always reason plus, never by any chance is it reason minus. It is reason raised to a much higher degree than we commonly experience, but its essential character, nature and principle remain unchanged. Keep this fact in mind, and your feet will rest on solid rock. Lose sight of it and ignore it, and you may wander on to the sinking sands of error. In addition to the offices and powers of the superconscious which we have mentioned, there is another and a most important function of that phase of the mentality which may be called the protective power. Many persons, most persons in fact, have at times experienced this beneficent power. They have felt strongly that they were in close contact with a force, power, or entity of some kind which was in some way higher than themselves, but which was concerned with their welfare. This beneficent presence has been interpreted in various ways in accordance with the trend of thought of those experiencing it. Some of the ancients called it the kindly genius, others termed it the guardian angel, still others have thought of it as my spirit friend, while many others, though quite vividly conscious of its presence and power, have failed to give it a special name. But by whatever name it may have been thought of, or even when no name at all has been applied to it, the mysterious something has been recognized as a beneficent presence power, a hovering and brooding something or somewhat animated by a warm, kindly interest in the individual, and seemingly devoted to his interests and disposed to render to him useful services. This beneficent presence power has often acted as a warning guardian in the lives of many persons. In other cases it has been felt to have acted subtly to bring about advantageous results and conditions for the persons whom it protected. It has led some into circumstances and conditions calculated to be of advantage to them, it has drawn others away from conditions and circumstances calculated to bring harm to them. In short, it has played the part of the kindly genius or the guardian angel to many an individual. The touch of this unseen hand has been felt by countless individuals, very likely by you who are now reading these lines. It has cheered men when the tide of circumstances seemed to be running against them, it has animated them with a new lively spirit, has encouraged them to renewed endeavor, has filled them with new courage when they needed it most. It has seemingly led persons into the presence of other persons and things, into conditions and environments, which have proved advantageous to them. Men in all ages, some of the most practical and hard-headed men of affairs, among others, have felt the touch of this unseen hand, and have gratefully acknowledged its help in times of need, even though they have been perplexed concerning its real character. To many careful thinkers who have earnestly investigated this phenomenon, it has seemed that this beneficent presence power, this unseen hand that has reached out in times of need, is not an external power, nor an entity outside of themselves, but is rather a manifestation of that part of man's mental nature which we have here considered under the term, the superconscious. Instead of being an entity outside of us, it is believed to be a part of ourselves, a phase, part or aspect of ourself that manifests above the levels or planes of the ordinary consciousness. In short, this kindly genius or guardian angel is your own superconscious self, manifesting on some of its higher levels or planes of activity and power. In this higher self you have a friend far truer, more constant, and more loyal than can be any other friend, for it is yourself, in its essence and substance. Your interests are its interests, for you are one with it in essential being and power. It will manifest a fidelity to you, and a watchfulness over your real interests which is amazing in its devotion and constancy. It will manifest toward you, in turns, the protecting care of a father, the brooding, watchful, loving care of a mother, and the helpful, fraternal interest of a brother. It will be all of these things to you, and more, if you will but give it the chance to unfold its presence and to manifest its power in your life. This higher self, this phase of your superconsciousness, needs but the encouragement of your recognition and realization in order to manifest its power in your behalf. It is seemingly discouraged, disheartened and abashed by your indifference, unbelief, and the failure to recognize its presence and to realize its power. It does not need training or developing. All that it asks is to be recognized and realized by you, and to have from you a kindly, sympathetic reception. It has done much for you in the past, it will do more for you in the future, if you will but meet it halfway. This higher part of yourself is full of discernment, and of cold, keen-edged wisdom. It can see far ahead, and is able to discern and select the right road for you to travel, and then to lead you into that road and to keep your feet on its solid substance, in spite of your efforts to take a side path or to wander into the ditches which lie on either side of the road. You will do well to get off by yourself once in a while, then and there to commune with your higher self, to have a little heart-to-heart visit with it. You will find this higher self to be a wonderful companion, one closer to you than can be any human being, for it is yourself, and nothing but yourself, manifesting on the higher planes and levels of your being. You will emerge from these periods of self-communion with renewed strength and vigor, filled with new hope and faith, animated by new ambitions and purposive determination. In this book we have presented to you a view of your new mental empire, a view of its lowest and its highest planes and levels, of its highlands and its lowlands. It is your own empire, yours. Yours it is to rule and to govern, to explore and to cultivate. You are at home in it. The many wonderful phenomena manifested in its immense region are your phenomena, yours to control, direct, develop, cultivate, yours to restrict, restrain, inhibit, at your will, as you will, by your will. Do not allow yourself to be tempted by the wonderful powers manifested by some of your subordinate mental machinery or instruments. Do not allow yourself to fall under the spell of any of the phenomenal manifestations in your mental wonderland. View all, respect all, use all, demand and secure aid and work from all, but never lose sight of the fact that you, your real self, the I am I, is the master of this land, the ruler of this empire, and that you rightfully have power and dominion over it, all its inhabitants, and all contained in its realm. Your I am I, your real self, you, are a center of consciousness and will, of personal power, in that infinite and eternal power, that ultimate power from which all things proceed, and in which we live, and move, and have our being. Your physical body and your physical energies, your mental mechanism and its energies, manifesting on any or all the planes or levels of consciousness, subconsciousness, or superconsciousness, all these are but instruments or channels of expression of your real self, the I am I, of you. You, the I am I, are the center of your personal world of experience and manifestation. Keep ever your rightful place at the center of that world, observe all the rest whirling and revolving around that center, as the planets revolve, whirling, around the sun. You are the sun. Do not lose your balance, nor be induced to move away from your central position to accommodate any of your subordinate planets, not even the greatest of them. Hail! Mighty Emperor! Enter into and possess, rule and govern, your new mental empire. It is yours. Here, at the conclusion, as at the beginning of this book, let us remind you of the truth of the ancient aphorism, you are greater than you know. Spiritual power, the infinite fount. The quest for truth. Man is a questioning creature. From the early days of the history of the human race, through all the intermediate stages of human evolution, up to and including the present time, man has been questioning himself, his companions, even nature itself, concerning the fundamental facts regarding the world, himself, and that which constitutes and moves both. His mental evolution has always been accompanied by, indeed, has been largely caused by, his constant questioning and his discoveries of at least partial answers to his everlasting why. Man's intellectual life is represented by the term quest. He has expressed the spirit of his intellectual craving in and through his questions. Man's quest has ever been for the fundamental facts concerning the world and himself. His questions have ever been based upon that quest. He has always demanded the answer to his questions: what? Why? How? What of it? In the earlier stage of his intellectual life he contented himself with asking merely the questions concerning the needs of his physical life. Then, in turn, he began to inquire concerning the laws which govern the activities manifest in the world of things around and about him. Then he began to inquire concerning the fundamental nature and substance of the things of the physical world, and of the fundamental causes which produce their appearance, their changes, their disappearance. Professor Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University, says, "An important step, far-reaching in its consequences, was taken when men first sought the cause of change and decay in themselves and in the laws which appear to govern things, rather than in powers and forces outside of and beyond them. When the question was first asked, 'What is it that persists amidst all changes and that underlies every change?' a new era was about to dawn in the history of man's wonder and his desire to know. When the world is viewed as totality, there is obviously nothing to which it can be related, nothing upon which it can be dependent, no external source from which its energy can be derived. We pass, therefore, at this stage of knowing, from the plane of interdependence, relativity, to the plane of self-dependence, self-relation, self-activity. Self-active totality is the source and origin of all the forces, energies and motions which in one manifestation or another are observed in their interrelations and interdependencies. The quest pursued in the present book is that leading to the discovery of the nature and character of this self-activity of that totality which we know as the universe or the cosmos, or that which, in still more familiar thought, is known as nature. We shall confine ourselves strictly to the plane of nature. We shall not attempt to invade the plane of the supernatural. We shall limit our inquiry to the field of advanced scientific philosophical thought. We shall carefully refrain from encroaching upon the field of theology or that of abstract metaphysics. This does not mean that we are opposed to theology or its teachings, nor to abstract metaphysics and its manifold theories. It means simply that we prefer to leave these respective fields to those who specialize in the subjects belonging to them. We shall from time to time refer to certain theological or metaphysical teachings, but this only for the purpose of illustration. We are frequently reminded by certain schools of thought that reason, conceived as intellect, is unable to peer behind the veil of phenomenal appearance which conceals, but yet reveals, the presence and activity of the infinite power which abides in the secret place of eternity. They quote approvingly the ancient inscription carved on the old temple of Isis, in Egypt, which announced to all readers, "Isis I am, all that is, that has been, that will be, no man hath yet lifted my veil." They likewise bid us to recall the celebrated statement of the ancient Buddhists: "The imagination, the understanding, and abstract thinking will always strive in vain to represent the eternal infinity. For no form of finiteness, to which thought and speech belong, can express infinity, nor can that which is timed express eternity, nor can thought resultant from the chain of causation grasp the causeless and self-existent. Therefore, we set aside all such speculations and vain disputes, and do not busy ourselves with them." In Sir Edwin Arnold's poem, The Light of Asia, the Buddha says, "O.M. Amitaya, measure not with words the immeasurable, nor sink the string of thought into the fathomless. Who asks, doth err, who answers, errs, say not. Shall any gazer see with mortal eyes? Or any searcher know with mortal mind? Veil after veil will lift, but there must be veil upon veil behind. But both the ancient Egyptians, and the ancient Buddhists as well, knew and taught that there are other ways of knowing than those of the sense-limited intellect. Both held that man may and does unfold higher faculties of cognition, higher mechanism of knowledge, whereby the unknowable becomes known. The ancient Egyptians taught that certain advanced souls had acquired transcendental powers of cognition whereby they were able to perceive that which is beyond the powers of ordinary perception, and to know that which remains unknowable to the ordinary powers of the mind. The Buddhists, likewise, taught that the Buddhas, and other illumined minds of the race, were able to think about and know that which the lower-level intellect is unable to grasp. In fact, the Buddhist supreme claim is that their basic teachings are the result of thought, the thought of the illumined Gautama, the Buddha of that period. One of the hymns of the old Buddhist monks has as its chorus the reiterated lines, "He thought it out, he thought it out." The pride of Buddhism is that its system is based upon thought, and not on faith alone, but by thought they mean the higher reason in which the reports of intuition are blended with those of intellect. These ancient schools of philosophic thought, as well as many much later schools, teach that while it is true that intellect, of itself, depending as it must upon the interpreted reports of the senses for its basic material, and being thus necessarily limited in its field and scope, is indeed unable to free the riddle, to report truthfully that which lies behind the veil of materiality. It is equally true that reason is able to transcend the limitations of unaided intellect when she calls to her aid that twin sister of intellect known as intuition, and thus secures the materials upon which the higher reason may work, and which it may spin and weave into glorious fabrics of truth. Modern philosophy is displaying much interest in certain forms of mental activity which are grouped under the category of intuition. In this usage of the old term, intuition, however, these philosophers do not refer to the ordinary conscious or subconscious activities of which the source remains hidden and which, therefore, are frequently referred to as intuitive. Neither do they refer to those acquired habits of action, once performed consciously but now manifested subconsciously, which are known as instinctive. Instead, they employ the term to indicate that higher form of reason made possible by the reports of the superconscious faculties concerning their perception of certain higher truths, which reports are then passed down to the intellect for reasoning based upon induction or deduction, or similar forms of thought. They hold that these reports of intuition are not contrary to those of intellect, but merely are more direct and convincing in feeling, and serve rather to support the reports of the trained intellect than to oppose or contradict them. Reason, being furnished the combined reports of both intellect and intuition, is possessed of material far surpassing in both quantity and quality those arising from sense reports alone. Consequently, the higher reason is able to produce materials of a quality and beauty far excelling those turned out by it when it is limited to the comparatively scanty and imperfect materials of the senses. Or, employing another figure of speech, we may say that the higher reason, in which intellect is reinforced by intuition, acts like the skilled geometer who, being given certain sighted points, is then able to measure, chart and map great regions of land or of space over which his feet have never trod, his airplane wings never flown, nor his eyes ever scanned. The higher reason, thus given these sighted points furnished by intuition, is able to measure, chart and map great areas of thought and knowledge over which his senses have not traveled, and which they cannot perceive. Bergson holds that intellect is properly employed with the outer appearances of life, intuition, with the inner facts of life. Intellect, he says, is a narrowing or focusing of consciousness, confined to a limited field by its very nature. Outside of that narrow field lies the region of intuition. In its own field, says Bergson, intellect is held to be supreme. Intuition does not begin to reach the efficiency of intellect in that field. In its own field, in turn, intuition is supreme. It goes far beyond intellect in that region, and gives us knowledge impossible to unaided intellect. But such higher knowledge, it should be noted, does not contradict the report of intellect extended to its full limits along the lines of trained logical thought. It merely transcends and goes beyond the limits of intellect. When intellect, throwing aside its prejudices and false pride, asks questions of intuition concerning matters which lie in the field of intuitional activity, and then takes over the report of intuition and employs it as the basis of rational induction and deduction, a wonderful result is thus obtained. A wondrous blending is thus secured, and an entirely new field of thought spreads itself out to the reason of the individual thinker. The correlated and coordinated activities of intellect and intuition produce what may be called the report of the higher reason, or the completed reason. Here the individual secures the faith that knows, and not merely believes. There is a tremendous truth expressed in the celebrated statement of Bergson: there are things that the intellect alone is able to seek, but which by itself it will never find. Those things, intuition alone can find, but it will never seek them of itself. Intuition never is moved of itself to explore its depth for truth, it has no need for effort of that kind, it knows and takes for granted that the answer is known to all, it is not aware of the existence of the problem involved, nor of the need of answering it, nor has it the desire to have it answered. As Bergson has told us, intuition, though alone capable of finding the answer to certain questions concerning important facts, will of itself never seek that answer. Only when intellect, which alone is able to seek the answer but which is unable by itself to find it, deigns to ask intuition to look within itself for the needed answer, does intuition make the inquiry and furnish the required report. The question once made clear to intuition by intellect, the former proceeds with ease to answer it. The facts thus presented to intellect are then subjected to the processes of logical reasoning, being employed as the premises of such reasoning, and the higher reason finally hands down its logical judgment and conclusions. The correlation and coordination of intellect and intuition in the work of higher reason, or completed reason, frequently results in what is called intellectual illumination, or the lighting up of the intellect as if from above. Intuition, superimposing its reports upon intellect, kindles the flame of illumination, that intellectual illumination of which flashes have been obtained by many great men and women, and accounts of which are frequently found in their biographies or autobiographies. Some of the greatest discoveries and other mental accomplishments have been performed under the influence of this intellectual illumination, so produced by the action and reaction between intellect and intuition. Intellect constitutes the seeing aspect of knowledge, intuition, the feeling aspect. When you apprehend a truth by means of your intellect, you say that you see it. When you apprehend it by means of your intuition, you say that you feel it. The feeling is quite as valid as is the seeing, when rightly understood and interpreted. In fact, the feeling seems, if anything, to be rather deeper than the seeing. It has to do with the inside, rather than with the outside of experience. It seems to belong essentially to the individual, while the seeing seems rather to be bound up with the outside world. There are certain fundamental laws, principles and truths which intellect and intuition, combined and correlated as higher reason or completed reason, must inevitably, invariably and infallibly report to be necessary truth, the necessities of thought, by the very nature of their respective characters and essential facts. To see this intellectually, and to feel this intuitively, is to know the truth. And what is quite as important, many think it still more important, this intellectual perception and intuitive realization is equivalent to being able to manifest and express that truth in your world of experience, in the form or phase of personal power of the highest order. Such has always been the report, the promise, the prophecy of the great spiritual teachers of the race. Here follows the report, promise and prophecy of some of the great spiritual giants of mankind, based upon the experience of such illumined souls gleaned in the many centuries of philosophical and transcendental thought. When you are able to perceive intellectually, and to realize intuitively, truth, as such is inevitably, invariably and infallibly reported to you through the proper exercise of your higher reason or completed reason, then will you be able to manifest the truth in and through your thought, your actions, your work, in the measure of your perception and realization of the truth. Asking you to accept this report, promise and prophecy concerning truth as made in good faith and in sincerity, according to the light possessed by those making it, we shall now invite you to ascend with us the path of attainment which winds up along the sides of the mountain of truth. The attainment of the mountaintop will amply repay you for the rigors of the ascent, the fatigue of the journey. Of this an inspired writer says, "The mountain summit typifies the highest point on which a climber may stand and think in terms of consciousness drawn from a material world. But we may look beyond it, though it is a sublime elevation where many a pilgrim is content to pause. Below him are the kingdoms, above him are the stars, the kingdom and the stars are alike his. But it is not the end. Deeper than the kingdoms, and higher than the stars, is the sky that holds them all. And there alone is peace, that peace which the material world cannot give, the peace which possesseth understanding trained on material things, infinite and eternal peace, the peace of limitless consciousness unified with limitless will." The thinking individual, when he begins to contemplate the world which he perceives to exist and to manifest activity around and about himself, soon discovers three great classes of things in that world. Then he begins at once to generalize and classify these three great kinds of things into three fundamental categories. These three great categories are as follows: 1. The substance, stuff, or body of things in general, that which gives them body, form, shape and substance, their outer aspect as reported to him by his senses. 2. The powers, energies and forces which cause the movements and actions of things, the changes in things, the inner aspect of things, imperceptible to his senses yet manifesting their effects so as to be apprehended by the senses. 3. The livingness of things, that something within which manifests in vital activities, voluntary actions, and in feeling, thinking, willing. This he experiences in himself, and judges that other things also possess it by reason of their actions which he perceives. As man's intellectual evolution proceeds, he discovers certain laws governing each of these three great classes of things or facts. He perceives certain laws governing the physical or material aspect of things, certain laws governing the forces producing activities in these physical or material things, certain laws governing the operations and activities of the vital processes, the mental processes. He groups these laws, and upon their basis he erects his structure of science. So far, the thinking man has had an easy time in his thinking upon the subject of things. Like the young bear, he has all his troubles ahead of him. It is only when he indulges in philosophy or metaphysics that his real troubles along these lines really begin. We shall now show you why this is. The man of science is concerned merely with the way things work, the principles governing their actions and behavior. He asks merely how, and is satisfied with an answer to such questions. The metaphysical philosopher, however, pursues the inquiry further. He is not satisfied with the how stage of questioning, he asks for an answer to his new question, why. He pursues his inquiries until, finally, he demands an answer to his ultimate why, which may be expressed as follows: what is that which is the ultimate principle of all things, and of which all things are manifestations? He is not content with the scientific classification of natural things into the three great categories of 1. Substance, 2. Energy, 3. Life or spirit. He holds that some one of these three must be the ultimate principle, the other two being subordinate aspects or manifestations of that ultimate reality. He does not explain clearly just why all things must be manifestations of but one principle. He takes this for granted, and asks you to do the same. Ask him how and why this is, and he will answer, with great dignity of manner and tone, all philosophy worthy of the name holds that at the last everything must be reduced to one ultimate principle. The discovery of that one ultimate principle is the aim and end of all true philosophical thought. Pressed for a further answer, he dismisses the subject with the remark, Plato settled that matter, once and for all, many centuries ago, and pronounces you an impudent ignoramus if you venture to demand to be shown or told just how Plato knew this. There are, it seems, certain limits beyond which you may not go in your inquiries of certain metaphysical philosophers. It is a case of, thus saith the Lord, with them, with Plato playing the part of the Lord. The thinkers who, in this matter, are, from Missouri, and who demand to be shown, are dubbed unphilosophical, but they are increasing in number, and their ranks now contain some of the brightest minds of the race. The abstract metaphysicians are wedded to their idols, it would seem. This demand for the reduction of all things to one ultimate principle long ago divided the army of metaphysical philosophy into two great camps, each of which is in turn divided into minor groups. These two great philosophical divisions are known, respectively, as 1. Materialism, and 2. Idealism. Both of these great camps, while engaged in continuous warfare against each other, nevertheless hold firmly to the same fundamental idea that there exists some one ultimate principle. One camp holds that this one ultimate principle is matter, the other camp holds that it is spirit or mind. While engaged in a bitter fight between themselves, these two camps are united against a third camp, the one known as realism, which holds that there are two universal principles instead of one of which is material substance, the other being spiritual essence. Let us see what are the fundamental and basic ideas of these three several schools. Professor Thomas Case, president of Corpus Christi College, Oxford University, in his great article upon metaphysics, in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition, says, "Metaphysical materialism is the view that everything known is body or matter, but while according to ancient materialists soul is only another body, according to modern materialists mind without soul is only an attribute or function of body. Metaphysical idealism is the view that everything known is mind, or some mental state or other, which some idealists suppose to require a substantial soul, others not, while all agree that body has no different being apart from mind. Metaphysical realism is the intermediate view that everything known is either body or soul, neither of which alone exhausts the universe of being. Aristotle, the founder of metaphysics as a distinct science, was also the founder of metaphysical realism, and still remains its main authority. The strength of materialism consists in recognizing nature without explaining it away. Its weakness consists in its utter inability to explain consciousness either in its nature or in its origin. On the other hand, it is the virtue of idealism to emphasize the fact of consciousness, but it is its vice to exaggerate it, with the consequence of resorting to every kind of paradox to deny the obvious and to get rid of bodies. But it is unfair to argue as if the whole case were between materialistic or idealistic monism, leaving realism out of court. There are in reality two species of substances, or entirely different things. Each of the two respective philosophic schools holding to the basic theory of one ultimate principle is found to have its strong points and its weak points. The third school, that of realism, seeks to combine these respective strong points, and to eliminate these respective weak points, by means of a new synthesis in which material substance and spiritual essence are regarded as dual principles or twin aspects of ultimate reality. Such a synthesis is found to include and retain the strong points of each of the other two schools, while rendering unnecessary the extreme hypotheses which constitute the weak points of each of these schools. If you will follow the analysis presented to you in the remaining pages of this section of the book, you will be able to recognize and realize the advantages held by the realistic school of philosophy, and the disadvantages attached to each of the other two schools. The strong point of materialism has ever been that it satisfies the demand of intuition for a substantial, firm, constant, material basis to support and sustain the world of material things. This substantial basis is denied by idealism, in its insistence that all is mind, mind is all. To this fact is due the regular reaction and swing back to materialism which has always followed an extreme and uncompromising presentation of the doctrines of idealism. If materialism would content itself with the basic postulate that material substance is real, it would receive the full approval of intuition and of intellect as well. But it does not and will not so content itself. Instead it adds the damning clause, and material substance is the only reality. The weak point of materialism, the point which is absolutely repugnant to intuition, is that in which it asserts that life, mind, spirit are the properties, attributes, aspects, phases, modes of matter, or else its creation, manifestation, or expression. Materialism has even gone so far as, at one time, to claim that matter secretes life and mind, just as the liver secretes bile. Intuition, realizing fully, as it does, that it, itself, is spirit, absolutely refuses to admit this contention of materialism. It recognizes matter in its own place, on its own plane, but always regards it as the other to spirit, the antithetical opposite of spirit. It recognizes its essential identity with spirit, and knows that spirit is ultimate and not a derivative or byproduct of matter or of anything else. The strong point of idealism has ever been that it posits spirit, life, mind, as ultimate facts of existence, and not as derivatives or byproducts of matter or material force. Intuition meets it with open arms when it approaches bearing this message. The message is soul-satisfying and produces a spiritual content. For that matter, it is very probable that no materialist, deep down in his soul, ever really feels that life, mind, spirit, are the byproducts of matter. The materialist may think that he sees the truth of his contention, but he really never succeeds in feeling that it is true. Within him, spirit itself cries to him, "I am spirit and not matter nor a product of matter." His intuition ever protests against his extreme materialism. The weak point of idealism has ever been its claim that all is mind, mind is all, matter is an illusion, and has no real existence. The material world is a dream or an error of mortal mind. Intuition revolts at this, though intellect is frequently seduced by its plausible sophistry and fallacy. It is probable that no idealist ever really feels that there is no reality in matter. Even when he is uttering the words, he continues to act as if matter is a reality. His every action is based upon the tacit recognition of the presence and reality of matter. Intellect, it is true, is often dazed and bewildered by the juggling of words so often employed in the philosophy of idealism, under its many different names and forms. Idealism is ingrown metaphysics. Of such schools of thought a writer has said, of such teachings, those who listen understand nothing, and those who teach do not really understand. That actual material objects really exist is the verdict of common sense and of the intuition of any person who will listen to its voice. Professor Ladd says, common sense must be trusted, and virtually is trusted, for the inviolable and undiminished confidence in the existence of a real world, full of actual events, some of which are known to be causally connected, and, as well, in its confident belief that, while human knowledge does not create that world and knows it at best only imperfectly and partially, yet it does know it truly, so to say, that is, as it really exists and actually behaves. Reid says, I do perceive matter objectively, that is, something that is the intermediate object of my touch and sight. And this object I take to be matter, and not an idea. And though I have been taught by philosophers that what I immediately touch is an idea, and not matter, yet I have never been able to discover this by the most accurate attention to my own perceptions. Benjamin Paul Blood says, a modern man must indeed be tainted with one of Mr. Spencer's insanities of idealism, to doubt that even if the earth were stripped of all living things and left barren as our moon appears, man and his philosophies and histories and religions vanished into less than air, the glorious stars, among which by analogical reckoning his earth is but a speck, would still revolve as, theoretically at least, they have ever revolved, regardless of all impertinent sensitiveness to time or times. This report of common sense and intuition is practically accepted by all men, even the extreme idealists, in their everyday life and activities. They may talk one thing and act another, it is true, but the best test of a man's real intuitive truths is found in his actions rather than in his words. The highest test of truth is one's willingness to trust his life and well-being to it. As Blood says, the profoundest idealist confesses to the integrity of matter. A rap on the head gives a conviction of reality that no idea that can come out of that head can refute. Criticism of common sense comes back in its own face, like the wasp and the hornet, it leaves its sting in the wound and is fatal to itself. A critic might say to the average perfunctory idealist, you are up in the tree of life, indeed, but you are sawing off the limb that supports you. And, as Ladd says, one might admit that he would be willing to dispense with the reality of all the physical world, if only the idea of eating bread were but regularly followed by the idea of being no longer hungry and of being invigorated. Between the extremes of materialism and idealism is found the position of the golden mean, the point of balance, represented by the philosophic school of realism. Realism recognizes the real and actual existence of both spiritual essence and material substance, the former constituting the soul of things, the latter the body of things. The world is accounted for and explained as the result of the action and reaction of spirit and matter. It holds that some things are material things, and that other things are spiritual things. The history of realism in the Western world runs back to Aristotle, in the Eastern world it runs back to still older Oriental philosophers. Both of these ancient schools held that spirit and matter are ultimate universal principles, distinct and different from each other, yet ever acting and reacting to and from the other. They held that spirit is the inner essence, and matter the outer substance, of the cosmos. Spirit, it is true, can never know matter in itself, it can know only the sensations arising from its contact with matter. But, equally true, spirit is compelled to depend upon these sensations arising from contact with matter for its raw materials of thought, feeling, and other mental processes. We know matter only through mind, but mind must depend upon matter for its crude objects of knowledge. There is a universal interdependence and coordination between mind and matter and mind, the action and reaction between spiritual essence and material substance. Such is the teaching of true philosophic realism. Upon this basic teaching the instruction contained in the present book is grounded. In the course of this instruction you will discover for yourself that these foundations are solid, and that the structure is well supported by them. If you have been repelled by the crude, crass doctrines of extreme materialism, on the one hand, and made dizzy by the visionary, impractical doctrines of extreme idealism, on the other hand, you will find in the teaching of rational realism a satisfactory position between the two extremes where the reconciliation and explanation of the two opposing doctrines is not only made possible, but is actually rendered certain. Material substance. One of the first important generalizations made by man in his philosophical reasoning is that all things have body, material substance, or stuff of which their outward form is composed. The realization of the universal presence of material substance, body, or stuff, is a basic element of man's thought. In fact, it is discovered to partake of the quality of intuitive knowledge. Our verbal terms employed in speech and writing illustrate the fundamental quality of this element of our thought. Our words were created primarily in response to the need of expressing our notions concerning material objects or activities. Even those terms designed to express our concepts of mental and spiritual things usually are really metaphorical terms in which material objects are employed as symbols illustrating the immaterial things. Thus, our terms spirit, psyche, ghost, etc., were originally employed to indicate breath, blowing wind, breezes, etc. Likewise, our minds almost instinctively identify material things as real things. Materiality is implicitly accepted as reality in our ordinary thought, at least until the latter has been disturbed by metaphysics. The term real represents a thing in substantive existence, and not imaginary or merely existing as an idea. That which is reported as really existent is that which is discovered to be apparent to the senses or which registers its presence upon some physical instrument. That which is said to be all in your mind is not regarded as real in ordinary thought. The legal term real property illustrates this basic thought. Real property is property consisting of land and that which pertains to the land, and land is the most material thing known to man, therefore the most real thing to the ordinary thought. In view of these facts, it is not to be wondered that the human mind finds itself compelled to assume the existence of a universal material substance, stuff, or body, serving as the fundamental material of which all physical things are made, and also serving as a material base and ground, supporter and sustainer of the universe of manifold things. All human thought tacitly assumes the existence of such a material substantial ground and base, even where the mind has been muddled by too much metaphysical teaching and speculation. Human thought refuses really to believe that material things are mere fantasies or illusions, even though it tries to make itself believe it does so. No matter what it says, it always acts as if material things were real, present and in evidence. That there must be a substantial material or stuff underlying the forms of the physical universe, is seen to be true by intellect properly directed and employed, and intuition corroborates and substantiates the report. Intellect is unable to think except upon this fundamental premise. It finds itself dazed, bewildered and confused when it attempts to proceed upon the opposite and contradictory fundamental premise, i.e., that there is no fundamental material substance, and that all appearance of matter is an illusion or product of thought or imagination. Intuition, likewise, finds itself compelled to report a similar truth which it finds within itself when asked the question. So true is this, that intuition, confronted with the contentions of the extreme idealists and asked to corroborate their reports, experiences a sinking feeling, as though the bottom of things were giving way beneath its feet, leaving naught but an empty void, or abysmal abyss, in place of the substantial foundation upon which it has been standing. It detects the falsity of the report in a moment, however, and indignantly rejects it. The average individual, the common-sense person, who has not indulged in too much metaphysical thought, also has this fundamental consciousness of the necessary existence of a basic substantial stuff, a fundamental material, out of which the bodies and physical forms of things are composed and created. He finds himself unable to think of a universe in which materiality is absent. He finds that material, substance, and stuff are necessities of his thought, facts without which his thought and reasoning cannot proceed. In spite of his pretended acquiescence in the teachings of idealism, no person ever has been able actually to conceive or imagine the universe as lacking the stuff of which its forms are made. The demand for stuff is persistent and insistent in the mind of man. Try as he may, man is never able actually to think away the primal concept of stuff. It refuses to be thought out of existence. Even the recent idea of the so-called dematerialization of matter has not affected this necessity of thought. The dematerialized matter, though no longer matter in the old scientific conception, is none the less constituent substance or fundamental stuff. The intellectual and intuitive demand for the presence of an elemental substance or fundamental stuff arises not only by reason of the perception that there is a physical or material aspect to each and everything known to man in experience, but also because the philosophic mind realizes the need for a substantial base and ground to explain and account for the changing forms of the physical and material universe. Substance, material, or stuff of some kind, even though it be conceived as infinitely rare, tenuous, fine, ethereal, subtle, is demanded by intellect and intuition. You may test this fundamental report for yourself, if you so wish. You have merely to try to think of a thing, anything, in fact, as existing without body, substance, material or stuff to support it, give it form, and to afford it material upon which to work and manifest itself. You cannot think of form, configuration, appearance, without this fundamental attribute of substance, material or stuff. To try to escape from stuff or substance is like trying to run away from your own shadow, trying to turn around so quickly that you can kiss your own lips, or trying to make your face and the back of your head meet. It is like the effort to think of a stick with only one end, or of a lever without a support, or of a wheel without an axle. You will discover, very soon and at the end, that the notion of at least an ethereal substance, material or stuff is required to support your concept of things. You may do without matter of the solid kind, or even of the liquid or gaseous kind. In fact, science itself has done this for you, and has given you something infinitely finer and rarer than these, but you must hold on to your conception of substance or stuff of some kind. You may think of it in terms of ethereal substance, astral substance, spiritual substance, or in other terms coined to designate substance more subtle and ethereal than ordinary matter, but the essential idea of substance and stuff must be involved in it if you intend to employ it in your thinking. Throw the idea of substantial stuff out of the door, and it returns through the windows. You are unable even to think of spirit other than as employing stuff for that aspect of bodiness which is required for its manifestation. You must endow it with at least a ghost of stuff, or a shadow of substance. Your only escape from the necessity of the idea of stuff is to think of things in the terms of algebraic symbols, as x, y, or z, and let it go at that. Even those thinkers who deny the ultimate reality of matter or material substance usually accept its presence as a derivative material or stuff in order to account for and explain the constantly changing multitude of material things. There is perceived the need for a fundamental base and ground to support and sustain the changing material universe, the need of a something or somewhat which is the answer to the question, what is it that changes, what is it that supports and sustains the changes, what is it that remains itself, constant and continuous, throughout the universal changes. Philosophy has always had as its great aim and purpose the discovery of an ultimate substantial reality sufficient to serve as the base or ground supporting and sustaining that continuous series or concatenation of changing things, processes, and events, which constitute the phenomenal universe. In philosophy, the term reality denotes that which remains constant as the kernel or core of universal change and becoming. Plato asserts that the end of philosophy is the discovery of the essential identity supporting, sustaining, and underlying the changing universe of changing things. Kant held that ultimate reality is the real in time, that which persistently, constantly and continuously abides, while all else changes. Herbert Spencer held that only the real is permanent, only the permanent is real. In the earlier stages of this inquiry, you became acquainted with Nicholas Murray Butler's question, what is it that persists amidst all changes and that underlies every change? Philosophy demands an ultimate constant fundamental substance to support and sustain the material world of change and becoming, and to serve as its base and ground. By constant is meant, steady, perpetual, unchanging, invariable, unceasing, continuous, uninterrupted, stable, firm, enduring, permanent. By change is meant any variation or alteration, any passing from one state, form, or condition to another. Becoming means the act of entering into a new form, state, or condition from another. Here, you should note, the term form, in scientific and philosophic usage, means not only the shape, figure, or configuration of anything, but also the constitution, conditional arrangement, organization, or system of anything, as, for instance, water assumes the form of ice, or carbon manifests in the form of the diamond. Material change and becoming proceed by means of transmutation, i.e., change of one nature, character, or substance into another, or transformation, i.e., change of one form, shape, or appearance to another. Scientific investigation and philosophical reasoning disclose the fact that all existing material things in the universe, all material objects, things, events and activities are constantly and continuously undergoing the process of change and becoming. All material things, a, arise originally and come into existence from some preceding material thing or things, through the process of change and becoming, they, b, abide temporarily poised in existence, in a state of change and becoming, they, c, finally pass out of existence, into subsequent material forms, states, or conditions, through the process of change and becoming. Nothing is constant but change, says the old philosopher. Everything and all things exist in a state of flux and becoming, says another of equal antiquity. Change and becoming are basic facts of objective material existence, and are manifest in every part of the physical universe, in everything, and in that universe as a whole. Nothing escapes change and becoming, that is, nothing except the power that causes the change and becoming. Creation proceeds by change. Evolution proceeds by change. The law of change enforces its edicts upon all alike, upon high and low, great and small, good and bad, none escape it. All physical activities, all phenomenal events, are perceived to be processes of change and becoming. Everything has its birth in and from something else, its temporary poised existence, its final passing away, all under process of change and becoming. The cosmos is perceived to be a cosmic process. Nothing abides, everything passes. Everything arises in something precedent, and disappears into something subsequent. No thing arises from nothingness, nor passes into nothingness. The universe is like a great flame. It seems to be the same identical thing throughout its whole existence, and in one sense it is so, but, in another sense, it is not the same identical thing for even 2 consecutive seconds of time. From the strict, technical viewpoint, the flame is seen to be merely a process of combustion, a series of successive burning particles, but, from another viewpoint, it is seen, and felt, that there is an underlying something or somewhat, a constant substantial unity in identity of reality in meaning underlying the process of changes. Intellect, made dizzy by this constant and continuous process of change and becoming, at times experiences the fear that its world may be built upon sinking sand rather than upon solid rock. Accordingly, it demands and receives assurance and reassurance from intuition concerning the existence of a constant fundamental substance, underlying all change and becoming. Intuition assures intellect that there is and must be a fundamental substance that persists and remains constant throughout all changes, that underlies and supports all changes of form, state and conditions of material things, something constant and stable, immutable and firm, forever and forever. Intellect, accordingly, 2,000 years ago, or more, formulated a law of thought which embodies this report of intuition: a thing always remains itself, and nothing but itself, notwithstanding the manifold states, forms and conditions which it assumes or undergoes, and under which it manifests and presents itself in appearance. This axiomatic truth, carried to its logical conclusion, leads directly to the final conception of an ultimate fundamental substance. As Dulce says, every consistent application of the laws of thought seems perforce to conduct to an unconditioned constant situated at the root of things. All human thinking, without exception, operates with the concept of a constant substans lying at the root of things. Thou, critic, must conform thyself to this rule. It is a necessity of thought. Much of the opposition to the conception of fundamental substance, material or stuff as an ultimate fact or principle, both in ancient and in modern philosophic thought, both of Occidental and Oriental philosophy, has arisen from a misconception of the essential nature of that ultimate fact or principle. In its form of matter, it has been thought of as gross, solid, heavy stuff. When the term matter has been employed, the mind has proceeded immediately to conceive of a something like, for instance, a block of granite, an ingot of steel, a lump of clay, or a mass of mud. This was particularly true in the case of Western world philosophy. The Oriental philosophy, on the other hand, has always held that substance, matter or stuff, in its essential, elemental, ultimate state, form, or condition is something quite different from this, quite opposite to it in fact. The ancient Oriental philosophies have always posited fundamental material substance as something infinitely fine, infinitely rare, infinitely tenuous, subtle, ethereal, something as much finer than the finest gas, as the latter is finer than a piece of hard metal or stone, something infinitely finer than even that hypothetical universal ether of modern Western science. Modern Western science, in time arrived at the conclusion that the ultimate elements of matter were infinitesimal particles, called atoms, of almost incredible fineness, lightness and tenuity. Of these the grosser and more solid forms of matter were held to be worked up, made or manufactured by natural forces. There were held to be from 80 to 90 such classes of elemental atoms, and science was well on its way to resolving these into the lightest and finest of them all, i.e., the atom of hydrogen, and of holding that the other atoms are compounds or derivatives of this ultimate stuff. But, before this point was reached, radium was discovered, and the atom was found not to be the ultimate form of matter at all, but rather to be composed of something still finer and more elemental, i.e., the electrons, ions, or corpuscles of an infinitely tenuous, ethereal substance. The present conception of modern science concerning the ultimate nature of matter is expressed in the following extracts from a lecture delivered a few years ago by Sir William Crookes. Physicists are now saying that there is a possibility that there is no such thing as matter, as formerly understood by that term. Some say that the electron is pure disembodied electricity, thus approaching the old idea of Boscovich, accepted by Faraday, that the atom is only a center of force. The idea of the chemical elements as something absolutely primary and ultimate has grown less and less distinct, until today we admit the possibility of resolving them into simpler forms or else refining them away altogether. When we have split the atom into hundreds of little bits, these residual particles turn out to be nothing more than superimposed layers of positive and negative electricity. Another scientist adds, crooks refrain from telling us what would happen if some clever researcher of the future should discover a method of making these alternative layers of plus and minus cancel each other out of existence. Einstein goes even further. He posits matter as consisting of infinitesimal centers of disturbance in something still more ethereal, the nature of which he does not even attempt to explain or speculate about. The electrons are estimated to be so extremely small that millions of them might be gathered on the point of the finest needle, and to be so tenuous and light that an atom of hydrogen gas would be solid as compared with them. But Einstein goes beyond this, as may be seen by reference to the statement of Sir Joseph Thomson in a recent article in a British scientific magazine, as follows: the size of the centers of disturbance, which in Einstein's theory are associated with matter, bears to the size of the electron about the same proportions that the size of the smallest particle visible under the most perfect microscope bears to the size of the Earth itself. These discoveries and experiments have been regarded as bringing about the dematerialization of matter, and so they do if the old conception of matter be employed in making the statement, but there are other, and far better philosophical conceptions of ultimate substance, as we shall see presently. Before passing on, we may venture to call your attention to the fact that even these newly discovered ultimate particles are given the attributes of size, shape, and form. They are held to have extension and to occupy space. Whatever has size, shape, form and extension, whatever occupies space, no matter how little space, comes clearly within the basic category of substance, matter, or stuff. And even the most extreme of the new school of physicists are forced to admit that the idea of electricity without substance, body or stuff is practically inconceivable. At the last, they are seen to have merely discovered a still finer and more elemental substance, material or stuff in which electricity finds its necessary body. The comparative immateriality and dematerialization of this new form of substance, material or stuff discovered by science, is indicated in the following statement of John Burroughs, the eminent naturalist. Science, the new science, pursues matter to the vanishing point, where it ceases to be matter and becomes pure force or spirit. What takes place in the imaginary world where ponderable matter ends and becomes disembodied force, and where the hypothetical atoms are no longer indivisible, we may conjecture but may never know. The atomic theory of matter leads us into a non-material world, or a world the inverse of the solid three-dimensional world that our senses reveal to us, or to matter in a fourth estate. We know solids and fluids and gases, but emanations which are neither, we know only as spirits or ghosts, by dream or hearsay. Yet this fourth, or ethereal estate of matter seems to be the final, real, and fundamental position. How it differs from spirit it is not easy to define. Science strips matter of its grossness. When it has done with it, it is no longer the obstructive something that we know and handle, it is reduced to pure energy, the line between it and spirit does not exist. Burroughs, however, was carried a bit too far in his wonder concerning the new conceptions of matter. Pure energy, in the absence of substance or stuff, is inconceivable, pure force is meaningless, as we shall see when we pass on to the consideration of energy and force in the following section of this book. And, as we shall see elsewhere, there is a decided line of distinction between this conception and that of spirit, the distinction consisting of the fact that spirit explains life, whereas neither matter or pure force can do so. But Burroughs was quite correct when he referred to this fourth, or ethereal estate of matter which seems to be the final, real and fundamental position. For this is just what the ancient Oriental sages have always held that ultimate substance is and must be, and what modern science was beginning to see that it must be, before its thought was distracted by the new discoveries above referred to, and to which position it must again return. Science has long been dreaming of an ethereal state of matter, and has made an attempt to posit it in its somewhat imperfect and indefinite hypothesis of the universal ether. After the discrepancies of the electronic theory have been ironed out, reconciled, or cancelled away, it will be found that science will return to its former position concerning the ultimate ethereal state of matter. In fact, many eminent scientists have never entirely let go of that idea, and they are now beginning once more to push it to the front of scientific thought. Many careful scientific minds are even now holding that the electrons, ions, or corpuscles, the disembodied electricity, or the centers of disturbance, of the new theories, are but points, vortex rings, or centers of disturbance, in and of ethereal substance, matter, or stuff. This ethereal substance, or the ether, is held by science to fill all space, to be infinitely tight, tenuous, and imponderable, so much so that, as one critic said, it is matter with the properties of a vacuum, for it fills even the space from which the air has been extracted. It abides even between the particles of air and gas, even between the electrons, ions, points of electricity, or the centers of disturbance, previously mentioned. So thoroughly essential and ultimate is it, so truly is it ethereal, that it has been called an infinite possibility of things, rather than a thing itself, yet scientific experiments have proved conclusively that it exists, or, in extreme cases of conservative caution, that something like it exists. Thus is modern Western science reaching out its hand to the conception of ancient Oriental philosophy, thus is it reaching an agreement with the ancient teaching of ultimate ethereal substance. The article in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 11th edition, dealing with the subject of the ether, says that the ether is a material substance of a more subtle kind than visible bodies, supposed to exist in those parts of space which are apparently empty. It also refers to it as being regarded as differing from ordinary matter in degree, but not in kind. It also speaks of the scientific conception of the atomic particles of matter as being each the nucleus or core of an intrinsic modification impressed on the surrounding region of the ether. This might conceivably be of the nature of a vortical motion of a liquid round or ring core, thus giving a vortex atom, or of an intrinsic strain of some sort radiating from a core, which would give an electric atom. Finally, it speaks of the recent scientific discoveries of radioactivity, and of the free electron, etc. And adds, these results constitute a far-reaching development of the modern or electrodynamic theory of the ether, of which the issue can hardly be seen. We shall have more to say concerning the ethereal state of matter, the ether of science as related to the ultimate ethereal substance of Oriental philosophy, when we reach a later point of this instruction. For the present, we are content to leave it with you merely as a concept and idea of an infinitely ethereal substance, extended throughout all space, in which all material things abide, move and have their being, and which is the material, substance and stuff from which the bodiness of all material things is constituted, composed and made up. If you wish to form a mental picture of this essential substance, you may try the experiment by beginning with a mental picture of the hardest, most solid form of matter, then passing through the stages of thinner solids, and through liquids from thickest to thinnest, then through gases from heaviest to lightest, and then on to an infinity of refinement, reduction and resolution, resulting in an absolutely elemental essence. Then, you will have found, at least, the direction in which the concept of that ultimate substance, that ultimate ether, must be looked for and sought. Actuating energy. You are now asked to consider the actuating energy which operates to move things, to produce changes in them, to cause them to perform actions. As Dalka says, there is present something given, an actuality, which we designate by the collective name of world. The world system comes before us in a twofold aspect, on the one hand, as something that is, i.e., things, on the other hand, as something that happens, i.e., the play of events among things. A thing, without a happening attached, is as little to be found as a happening without a thing. In the world system, we know principally only processes, events, happenings. Intellect and intuition report that happenings, events, processes, occur only when and where there is present an active and actuating energy. By the term actuating is meant putting into action or motion, moving or inciting to action. In this instruction, the term energy is employed in the sense and with the meaning of internal or inherent power, strength, potency, might, or capacity of acting, operating, or producing effects. The term power is frequently employed as if it were synonymous with energy, but power has also a special shade of meaning, i.e., that of the ability to perform work, particularly work directed to an end. The term force also is frequently employed as a synonym of energy, but it also has a special meaning, i.e., that of power to impose or enforce action and movement upon other things. The term strength, which indicates an essential element of energy, force, power, is defined as quality or state of being strong, i.e., having great power to act or to resist action, or to bear or endure the application of force. The special and peculiar characteristic of energy is indicated by the original meaning of the term employed to indicate it. The English term energy is derived from the Latin term energia, which in turn was derived from two Greek terms meaning in and work respectively. So the English term energy is equivalent to energy, or internal power. You will note that its definition carries the meaning internal or inherent. Energy is an in force, an in power, an in strength. It is in things and works in them and from within them. This fact is important and should be borne in mind. It is impossible to conceive of energy outside of or not within things. It is always the power within, the inner strength, the internal force. Physical science, tacitly adopting the materialistic view, broadly defines energy as a condition or attribute by virtue of which matter can effect changes in other matter. But this definition ignores all mental energy, of which willpower is a characteristic example. However, as you see, even the materialistic view involves the idea of internal and inherent power in its conception of energy. A reference work, in considering energy from the viewpoint of physical science, says, of the ultimate nature of energy, as that of matter, we are ignorant, nor do we know of energy except by direct observation, except as associated with matter. Materialism and physical science formerly regarded energy as an attribute or property of the atoms and masses of matter, but since the discovery that matter is not ultimate substance, there is manifested a tendency to posit energy as an inherent attribute, property, quality, or power of the universal ether, matter, as you have seen, being regarded as a derivative product of the ether, worked up by elemental energy. Actuating energy, regarded as a general category or comprehensive principle, includes within its content all forms, kinds, classes and degrees of energy, power, force and active strength, physical, mental or spiritual, manifest or potential in the cosmos. It is this actuating energy which produces all change and becoming, and therefore all creative activity, in the cosmos. By creation is meant all bringing into existence by change and becoming, and not that creation from nothing assumed by certain illogical theology, although not by all theology, nor even by the best theology. The best thought, philosophical, scientific, or theological, holds that existence, in its essence and substance, is eternal, and that, from nothing, no thing proceeds. Actuating energy, therefore, is seen to be the actuating cause of all forms of existence, of all events and happenings. It is the causative power working in and upon all things, and manifesting constant creation, evolution, change and becoming. In its entirety, totality and wholeness, and in its ultimate state, mode and condition, it is to be regarded as the cause of causes, as the supreme causative power. By supreme is meant highest in authority, government, or power. By causative is meant effective cause, expressing and manifesting causation, i.e., the production of effects. The full meaning of this last mentioned term will be brought out in the following paragraph, in which the term and concept, cause, is considered in detail. The general meaning of cause is that which affects a result, or produces an effect. Cause and effect is regarded as regularity of sequence, relating effective antecedents and effected subsequents. The following statement concerning causes should be carefully studied, for it embodies the essential spirit of the concept of causation. The causes of an event are the preceding events without which the event in question would not have occurred, or have come into existence, the circumstances which must have preceded an event in order that the event should happen, the previous events without which the event in question could not have happened or have come into existence, but which being present, the event in question must happen, occur, or come into existence. In the above statement, you will note that the term event is employed both in the sense of a happening which occurs, and that of a thing which comes into existence. In philosophic and scientific usage, an event is that which comes, arrives, or happens by way of change and becoming, a change in things, or a changing thing. As all happenings are changes in things, and as all things are changing things, it is seen that all happenings and all things, in particular or as a whole, come under the general term events and are governed by the general law of causation. Everything that comes, arrives, happens, changes, or becomes is under the law of causation, and comes, arrives, happens, changes, or becomes by reason of the supreme causative power, which, as we have seen, is the actuating energy, which is the subject of our present consideration. Science and all logical, rational philosophy, whether materialistic or spiritual philosophy, and all rational theology as well, are in practical agreement upon the fact that the material universe, the cosmos, is a cosmic process. The cosmos, as you have seen, is the universe conceived as proceeding according to law and order, cause and effect. The term process, as employed in philosophic and scientific thought, is a series of actions, motions, or occurrences, proceeding in continuous operation, regular sequence, and orderly trend. In all processes there is found manifested causation, the law of cause and effect, under the operation of the actuating energy of the cosmos. The universe is perceived to proceed, i.e., to move and pass onward and forward in regularity of sequence and orderly trend. Its activities constitute a procession of events. Like a great river, its movement carries it ever onward. The river is always there, but the same place never is the scene of the passage of the same particles for even 2 consecutive seconds. New particles and forms replace those which have passed onward and forward. Said an ancient Greek philosopher, the same river is never the same river for 2 consecutive moments of time. It is a different river, yet we call it the same, or rather, in one sense it is the same river, while in another sense it is a different river. Or, employing the favorite figure of the ancient Buddhists, we may say that the preceding universe, or the universal process, is like the burning flame which we think and speak of as the same, identical flame so long as it burns, although its burning particles are ever passing away and being succeeded by new ones. Modern philosophers and modern poets liken the preceding universe to a cosmic moving picture film. Its scenes ever move onward and are replaced by new ones following it in regular order. When we think that we are considering a stable universe, or one of its scenes, we are but gazing at a clipped-off section of the film. The clipping, however, is performed by our own act of attention, and the bit of film is not really detached from the roll of time. It, too, moves on and is succeeded by another. As the poet has said, they say, time passes, alas. No, time stays, while we pass. Heraclitus, the Grecian philosopher living about 2,500 years ago, said, the universe is in a state of flux, it flows ever onward, ever the same yet ever different. Gautama, the Buddha, who lived about the same time, said, everything passes, except the process of passing. Modern science says, no forms abide, every form passes, everything is a process. But there is no process, no passing on, no regularity of sequence and orderly trend, without the operation of causation. and causation is creation, for even when it is tearing down it is creating the materials for a subsequent building up process. Each and everything in the universe is perceived to have proceeded from some preceding thing, to have issued and come forth from something precedent which is its relative source and origin, its so-called cause. In turn, this relative cause, source, or origin is perceived to have proceeded from some preceding cause, source, or origin, and this, in turn from one still more remote, and so on, and on, and on, until the sequential procession is lost to view in the regress of infinity or the eternal flux. Likewise, looking forward, the chain of cause-effect is seen in imagination and thought to proceed onward and forward into infinity, into the progress of infinity or the eternal flux. Not only this, but the character of things is perceived to arise and to be determined by the influence and presence of other things, which likewise may be called causes, conditioning causes. There is a cause or reason for the form, character and circumstances of everything in the universe. Everything is perceived to possess a definite character, form and disposition which is directly or indirectly derived from the presence and influence of other things. It is not only true that everything is by reason of other things having been, it is also true that everything is just what it is, and just where it is, by reason of other things having been just what they were and just where they were. Everything in existence, then, is perceived to be but a link in an infinite chain of regularity of sequence and orderly trend, ever proceeding onward and forward by reason of the operation of the law of cause and effect. The chain proceeds so far in either direction, back to the past or forward into the future, that human thought reels and human imagination is dismayed when an attempt is made to think or to picture the extent of the chain. It is, indeed, an endless chain of infinite causation, eternal creation, winding around the immeasurable wheel of infinite and eternal process. Human thought exerted and extended to its limits along the lines of logical philosophical thought, inevitably, invariably and infallibly arrives, sooner or later, at the point where it finds itself compelled to posit the necessary existence, presence, power and activity of a supreme creative power, a supreme creative cause, to account for and explain the presence and movement of the infinite process which the universe is discovered to be. This thought has been expressed strikingly in the following statement of a modern writer. Observing the uniformity, the immutability, of the processes of nature, we recognize that every fact has its antecedent, and this again its own, and so on, until in retracing the process we lose ourselves, after a few or more steps, in the single universal cause. We lose ourselves in infinity. We recognize the manifestations, the workings of the eternal power, in ourselves as well as in nature generally. And we know from history, human, geological and astronomical, that thus has nature manifested itself since time has recorded. Sir Edwin Arnold, in his great poem, The Light of Asia, has pictured the ancient Buddhistic conception of the eternal infinity of creation in the following beautiful lines. And cause, and sequence, and the course of time, and being's ceaseless tide, which, ever-changing, runs, linked like a river, by ripples following ripples, fast or slow, the same yet not the same, from far-off fountain, to where its waters flow into the seas. These, steaming to the sun, give the lost wavelets back in cloudy fleece, to trickle down the hills, and glide again, having no pause or peace. But even in such poetical imagery you will notice the constant and invariable implication of the supreme creative power which is the ultimate actuating energy of creation. This is the power that animates, energizes, inspires and causes the totality of the infinity of activity which is manifested in the eternal creation. This is that actuating energy of being's ceaseless tide, which proceeds and manifests through cause, and sequence, and the course of time. This is the eternal power which makes the wheels go round, in the eternal creative process. This is that ultimate creative power which in the eternal process, creates, holds poised, and then destroys, all material forms of things, while creation as a whole continues and persists, without cessation and without interruption. This is that eternal something of which Omar Khayyam speaks, whose secret presence, through creation's veins, running quicksilver-like, eludes your pains, taking all shapes, from Ma to Mahi, and they change and perish all, but he remains. Intellect and intuition are agreed upon this basic conviction that there is, and must be, present and active, a supreme actuating energy which accounts for and explains, which causes and creates, the infinity of finite, changing, passing forms of which the created universe is composed, which governs and controls, regulates and determines, the manifold and diverse activities which are manifested in the universe. If intellect tries to escape this conviction, intuition always operates to bring back the prodigal to the home of truth, after he has lived on the husks of skepticism and among the swine of the sties of denial. Strive as it may, intellect is never really satisfied with the subterfuges, evasions, and verbal substitutes which are offered in place of this basic report of the necessary existence of a supreme actuating principle. If it is sufficiently active, it is usually able to brush aside and discard the mass of verbiage composing the body of such substitutes, there to find in the heart of the idea a confirmation rather than a contradiction of the true basic principle. Fallacies frequently fail to hide entirely the truth they seek to deny, often, indeed, they serve to reveal that truth when sufficiently acute thought is applied to the problem. As for intuition, it never is even in the least disturbed in the matter, it knows, and it knows that it knows. Intellect often runs around in circles, like the man lost in the forest, like the squirrel spinning the wheel of its prison cage, always traveling but never getting anywhere, in its endeavors to escape this fundamental conviction, but sooner or later it finds peace and certainty by reason of the influence of intuition which has been superimposed upon it. Intuition, itself, is never moved by this doubt, it never doubts this truth, for it knows and knows certainly that such is truth. You may satisfy yourself of the fact that the postulate of the presence and activity of this supreme creative power, this supreme actuating energy, is a necessity of logical thought, if you will but try to think of the changing universe as lacking such supreme actuating principle. You will soon discover that it is impossible to account for or explain the cosmos without such a fundamental postulate. Moreover, you will discover that at the heart of all philosophies, scientific thought, rational metaphysics, and similar reports of reason, there will always be found, though sometimes disguised or partially concealed, the actual or implied assertion of the presence and power of such a supreme principle of activity, let it be called by whatever name the writers or teachers may see fit to apply to it. It is always there in philosophical thought, it must be there, for the entire concept of the cosmos falls without its presence and activity being involved in the idea. The universal actuating energy, which we have discovered to be the creative agency or cause of the cosmos, also has another important office in the cosmic process. In addition to being the actuating cause of the creative process of change and becoming, it also serves as the unifying agent which holds together in combination, correlation and coordination the manifold individual and apparently separate things into a system or unity in which universal and constant interdependence and reciprocal mutual action is manifested. This office of actuating energy may be stated as follows: the office of holding together the separate elements, parts, factors and objects of the universe in a unity, a whole, or system of things in which all things exist and work together in reciprocal, mutual interaction or coordination. The term coordination means the state of being coordinate, i.e., existing in common condition, movement and action, in which separate things are combined, correlated and given mutual and reciprocal existence and activity. The term combine means to unite or join, to cause to coalesce, to hold together by affinity or natural attraction. The term correlate means to put or place in reciprocal relation or mutual relation. All philosophical thought and scientific observation results in the report that the universe is composed and constituted of parts, elements and factors which are placed and held together by natural forces, and which exist in mutual relation, connection and condition, and in coordinated reciprocal interaction, and thus form a unified system, whole, or entirety. The term universe is derived from two Latin terms meaning to turn, or to move as one. It is defined as the whole body of things viewed as constituting a whole or a system. A system is an assemblage of objects arranged or existing in regular subordination, dependence and connection, hence, the whole scheme of created things regarded as forming one complete plan or whole, i.e., the universe consisting of all created or phenomenal things viewed as constituting one system, unity, entirety, or whole. The ancient Greeks employed the term, the cosmos, in the sense and meaning of the world conceived as proceeding according to law and order, as opposed to chaos, or the world conceived as a great number of unrelated, uncombined and uncoordinated separate things, existing and proceeding without organization, and in a state of lawlessness and disorder. Science and philosophy are in full agreement upon the fact that the universe is a unified, combined, correlated and coordinated system of things. As Professor Nicholas Murray Butler says, everything illustrates the laws which bind the universe into coherent unity. It is now seen that no object is independent, each depends upon each other, and dependence, relativity, is the controlling principle of the universe. Everything is held in combination, correlation and coordination with every other thing. Everything is dependent upon some other thing or things, interdependence is universal among things. Things are held together, and formed into a universal cooperative society, and made to perform teamwork. No thing is absolutely independent of and apart from any other thing, nor from the totality of things. There is no absolute separateness between any things in the universe. Things merely seem to be separated, by reason of our failure to discern the connecting bonds or links which unite them in correlation and coordination. Things may be separated in space, but they are held together and united by natural attractions and influences, and are as truly in practical touch with each other as are the compositive particles of the atom, the block of steel, or the human body. Likewise, things may be separated in time, but they are combined, correlated and coordinated by the links of causation and continuity just as truly as are the successive generations of men or animals or plants, or as the self of the infant with the self of the aged man which has proceeded from the former. As an old writer once said, separation is but the working fiction of creation. The universe is found to exist in a state or condition of infinite relativity. Its objects exist and act in infinite combination, correlation and coordination. Everything in the universe exists in a state or condition of interdependence. The universe is perceived to be a cosmic mechanism, the numberless parts of which act constantly and continuously in combination, correlation and coordination. Just as things are because other things have been, so things are as they are because other things have been just what they have been, and equally true is it that things act as they do because other things have acted as they did, as all other things have acted, in fact. There is no higgledy-piggledy, or hit or miss, or blind chance action in the cosmos. The systematic arrangement and orderly procedure of the multitudinous objects and activities of the universe, all point to the certainty of cosmic law and order. The axiom of philosophy, science, and theology is, the universe is governed by law, and proceeds according to order. Professor Fount says, that things form a system, and that this system is one, is the deepest conviction of reflective intelligence, and is the supreme presumption of organized knowledge. Within this system all things are determined in mutual relations, so that each thing is where and what it is because of its relations to the whole. The presence of system, combination, correlation and coordination in the cosmos does not, and clearly cannot, arise from or be continued by chance. It is clearly the effect and result of the presence and activity of a universal coordinating and unifying agency, and that agency can be nothing less than a cause. Here, once more, we perceive the necessary presence and activity of a causative energy, a power that causes not only creative change and becoming, but also coordinative unity in the cosmos. This actuating energy, force, power, which we have discovered to be the supreme creative power manifesting in the cosmos, and the supreme unifying coordinating power manifesting in the universe, is seen necessarily to be ultimate. It must be this in order to be what it is, in order to fill the offices which it is found to be filling, and which nothing else can fill. If it were derivative or subordinate, if it were one of a number of coordinated forces operating under the power of a higher cause, then in that higher cause would be found the ultimate causative power. In any event, all human reason inevitably, invariably, and infallibly arrives at the point in which an ultimate causative power, whatever it may be conceived as being in its essential nature, must be posited in order to account for and explain the activities of the cosmos. The non-materialistic philosophies have always firmly insisted that this ultimate actuating energy or causative power is and must be will power. Their axiom is, all power is will power at the last analysis. The materialistic philosophies have equally firmly insisted that this ultimate energy or power must be non-spiritual power, though they fail to explain what else it may be and must be. The old materialism would have us believe that energy is but an attribute, property, or quality of matter, or, at least, a twin aspect of reality, the other aspect being matter. The materialism that holds that energy is a reality, or an aspect of reality, insists that it may be thought of only as pure energy or pure force. It asserts also that this ultimate energy must be material energy, inasmuch as it is not spiritual energy. Just what pure force is, however, no one seems able to explain. We know matter in our experience, we know mind or spirit in our experience, but we have no experience with pure force. It would appear that the idea of pure force had been dragged in by the years, in order to avoid the admission that all power is will power. A modern writer has said that after we have summed up our stock of conceptions concerning energy, force, power, we will find that we can boil down the whole general notion until there is left merely the concept expressed by the term strength. Whatever else power, energy, force may be, or may not be, they must be regarded as being strength. The non-materialists say that this strength is will strength, life strength, spiritual strength. The materialists say that it is material strength, or pure strength, whatever the latter may be. Materialism seeks to account for and explain the world in terms of mechanical force and chemical energy, both being regarded as lifeless strength. As careful physicists have pointed out, however, the idea of universal mechanical force is a fallacy. Under it the world would be like a wound-up clock, wound and set going by something or somewhat, whom, what, and destined to run down and come to a full stop in time. Something else is needed, something in the way of a self-renewing energy of a spiritual, living order, something like living will, for instance. As for chemical energy, advanced scientific thought now regards this as a form of elemental life energy, rather than as a dead mechanical force. Careful thinkers have pointed out that our ideas and concept of energy are derived from our experience of the living energy of will which we experience in ourselves. It has been said, as human will is a cause in nature, and really constitutes the basis of our conception of all causation, therefore, all causation is probably volitional in character. Again, the effort of moving the hand, the head, the eye, is the type and norm by which we interpret, as the result of energy, the changes of position and of mass which we so frequently observe. In short, man obtains his ideas of energy from his experiences with his own will power, and observation reveals that all energy operates as if it were will power. We shall have more to say concerning this in the later sections of this book. Immanent Spirit. In this instruction we seek to convince you that the actuating energy of the cosmos, the source and fount, the cause and reason, of universal movement, motion, action, change, becoming, events, happenings, is spiritual power, the power of spirit. Spirit, as you shall see, is not only the something or somewhat that manifests life and livingness, that senses, perceives, knows, that feels, craves, desires, but is also the something or somewhat that acts, performs, creates. The cosmos, i.e., the world proceeding according to law and order, by change and becoming, the cosmic process, in short, is explainable and understandable only under the hypothesis of spirit playing upon material substance, of spirit working upon, and working up, matter by the power of its will, directed by the power of its mentality, and animating the world with its breath of life. The world is material substance animated, informed, and souled by immanent spirit. The term immanent means indwelling, abiding within, remaining within, inherent, intrinsic, innate, inward, internal. The term spirit, however, is frequently not understood, still oftener, misunderstood. Most persons have but a vague and hazy concept of spirit, and in many instances are found to have failed to perceive and apprehend the most essential elements of the meaning of the term, and of the spirit of its concept. Let us, then, first arrive at a clear understanding and comprehension of the true meaning of the term and concept of spirit. We must do this, if we are to proceed intelligently with this instruction. The definitions of the term, spirit, vary widely. The term is employed with several shades of meaning apparently having no relation to each other, but which, when carefully analyzed and compared, are found to have a common basis of agreement in essential nature. We shall ask you to follow us in our brief examination of the root meaning of the term, and its several shades of acquired meaning, so that you may be able to share with us the understanding of the full, essential meaning of the concept and term which has been squeezed out and extracted by concentrated attention and exhaustive examination. The English term, spirit, is derived from the Latin term, spiritus, which in turn was derived from the older Latin term, spirare, meaning, to breathe, to blow, as the wind or breath. Examination of the usage of the word spiritus, in the place and at the time of its origin, shows that it employed the idea of breath, or blowing wind, figuratively and symbolically to indicate essential existence, i.e., existence of such an ethereal character that the term matter failed to convey an idea of its nature. The term essentia, from which our English word essence was derived, came nearer to illustrating the spirit and essence of meaning of the term spirit than did any other Latin term. Here it should be noted that the term essentia was derived from the Latin term esse, meaning to be, and indicates being reduced to its ultimate and final state of refinement. We call your attention to these facts, that you may grasp the idea originally sought to be conveyed by the root term of spirit, the idea of essential existence, i.e., existence reduced and refined to its ultimate state. It should be noted here that one of the several modern uses of the English term, spirit, is that of tenuous or vaporous essence, possessed of active qualities, hence, any liquid produced by distillation, refinement, concentration, etc., in which it is reduced to its ultimate, essential elemental, and pure state. You should also note that the term is frequently employed to indicate the real meaning or essential character of anything, as, for instance, the spirit of the address, the spirit of the play, the spirit of the term, etc. This last meaning is stated in the dictionaries as the intent, or real meaning, as opposed to the letter or form of a word, statement, expression, or discourse of any kind. Here then, we have the identification of the term, spirit, with the term, essence, the latter being defined as the final, ultimate, fundamental state, mode, form, condition, character or nature of anything, the basic and elemental nature of anything after its grosser aspects and its temporary forms have been abstracted from it, the thing in itself, of anything which is left after it has ceased to manifest phenomenal forms and appearances, that which is present when a thing has been reduced to its purest possible state of existence. Following close upon this essential meaning, we find that the term, as originally employed, also indicated actuating principle, i.e., the inherent, inner principle moving and inciting the thing to action or motion. To grasp more fully this fact, compare the following definitions of the term activity and the term spirited. Activity means state or quality of being active, vigorous, agile, brisk, energetic. Spirited means energetic, full of vigor and energy, lively, quick, active, brisk. In the dictionaries, one of the meanings of the term spirit is that of energy, vivacity, activity, ardor, enthusiasm, courage, etc. Here then, we have the idea of spirit as being active, energetic, lively, vigorous, of being, in short, the actuating energy. But there is a third, and a very important meaning involved in both the old Latin term, spiritus, and its English descendant, spirit, the meaning of life, livingness, vitality, liveliness, vital energy, the essence of life. The dictionaries give as one of the meanings of spirit, that of life, or living substance, considered independently of corporeal existence, or that which gives life and vigor to the human body in the bodies of plant and animals, the vital principle or life force. This meaning of spirit may be stated as life, in its original, elemental, pure, and essential ultimate state, mode or condition. In that meaning of the term spirit, which is given in the dictionaries as the soul or essential entity of a living thing, conceived as either embodied or disembodied, there is combined the idea of ethereal existence and that of essential life or livingness. The term spirit, frequently used as synonymous with ghost, is simply one form of this particular meaning. It is interesting to note that the equivalents of the term spirit employed in other languages carry with them the same fundamental and essential meaning as that found in the Latin term spiritus and its English derivative, spirit. Such terms have as their root some term meaning breath or moving wind. They also express the respective meanings of a. Ethereal existence, or quintessence of existence, b. Actuating principle or active energy, c. Life, livingness, vitality, and lively actions expressing abundant life and vitality, and d. Embodied or disembodied souls or entities. This correspondence is significant, particularly when it is noted that it is found in tongues not originally derived from Latin sources. The early people of these several races all seem to have found in the symbol of breath, or moving wind, the best figurative illustration of a tenuous, ethereal something possessing activity in life. It represented something, present and felt, but not seen, manifesting its presence by its motion and not by its form. Breath and wind were the two most ethereal and tenuous things known to the early man, and he naturally employed them as symbols for that something or somewhat which he intuitively felt to be present and active in the universe of things, forces, and events. It represented to him existence, energy, and life reduced to their ultimate form of refinement and purity. Illustrating the above significant fact, we give the following examples. In the Hebrew Scriptures, in Genesis 2:7, it is stated that, "The Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul." In the original Hebrew, the phrase, "the breath of life," is stated as neshemet ruach chayim, the term, neshemet, meaning, the physical breath, or act of breathing, the term, ruach, meaning, the spirit or essence of life, and the term, chayim, meaning, life, lives, or livingness. Thus, the literal meaning of the passage of the Scriptures in question is, as follows: "The Lord God breathed into man's nostrils the breath of the spirit or essence of life or livingness," or that the Supreme Being so transmitted life to his creation or creature, and made him a living soul. Likewise, in the ancient Greek tongue, the term pneuma, meaning wind, breath, to blow as the wind, was also employed in the sense of the spirit or essence of life, or the life principle, or spirit. Even to this day, in English, we find theology and philosophy employing the term pneumatology to indicate the science of spiritual being, or spiritual phenomena of any description, while physics employs the term pneumatics to indicate the science treating of the power and properties of air, the double meaning thus being clearly illustrated. Again, the Greek term psyche, meaning soul, mind, spirit, and from which the term psychology is derived, originally meant moving wind, or the breath. The English word ghost is derived from the Anglo-Saxon term jest, the German term Geist, and the Old English term Ghost, each and all of which terms originally meant breath or wind, and afterward became employed to express the idea of soul, spirit, or living entities embodied or disembodied. In this connection, it should be noted that the English word ghost, and the German word Geist, both are employed to indicate a phase or aspect of deity, i.e., the Holy Ghost. In the English theology it is held as axiomatic that God is spirit, this following upon the original statement of this doctrine in the original Greek, in which the term pneuma is employed in the sense of spirit. A similar double meaning of breath or wind, and essential living, active, ethereal existence, soul or spirit, is also found in the Sanskrit and in other ancient Oriental languages. This is believed to be more than a mere coincidence. The same necessities of thought sought the same forms of illustration, the same causes brought the same results. When you stop to consider this necessity of human thought, and the difficulty of expressing it in the terms of materiality, you will appreciate the almost intuitive employment of terms like spirit, pneuma, Geist, etc., to represent pure essence, energy and life. Even today, the term spirit serves but imperfectly to express a concept almost inexpressible in material terms. Edgar Allan Poe pointed out this difficulty in the following significant passage. This merest of words, and some other expressions of which the equivalent exists in nearly every language, is by no means the expression of an idea, but of an effort at one. It stands for the possible attempt at an impossible conception. Man needed a term by which to point out the direction of this effort, the cloud behind which lay, forever invisible, the object of the attempt. A word, in fine, was demanded by means of which one human being might put himself in relation at once with another human being with a certain tendency of the human intellect. Out of this arose a term, which is thus the representative but of a thought of a thought. While man knows certainly, more certainly than he can know anything else, that spirit exists and is present and active within him, yet he finds is almost impossible to define that reality in ordinary terms denoting material qualities, properties and attributes. So many opposing qualities are found in its manifestations, properties which mutually cancel each other and thus cannot be regarded as essential attributes of the manifesting reality, that very little is left upon which the mind may seize, and which will serve as the substance of mental mastication in the processes of reasoning. Indeed, a writer has expressed the thought that spirit must be regarded as an infinite possibility, or the possibility of an infinity of manifestation and expression, rather than as entity, but he is only stating a half-truth. Spirit is true entity, i.e., real being, real essence, real existence, although it may be known only through its manifestations, except in one instance, the experience of self-consciousness. The difficulty of apprehension and comprehension of it as entity arises from the fact that, being infinite, and being pure essence, therefore, being devoid of finite qualities and characteristics, and being free from the appearances of its forms of expression, it cannot be taken hold of by the intellect or imagination, because these are designed and fitted merely to cognize and to represent the forms and images of material things, and the qualities and characteristics of these. But, notwithstanding this difficulty, intellect, when properly applied and directed by intuition, is able to perceive the presence of several aspects or modes of the essential reality of spirit. Whatever else spirit may be, or may not be, it must possess these several aspects or modes of itself in order to be spirit. Without intending to limit or restrict the essential reality of spirit to the following aspects or modes of itself, we must insist that these are always perceived to be present in all of the manifestations and expressions of the presence power of spirit of which the human intellect or intuition has any knowledge or experience. These knowable and perceptible aspects or modes of spirit, to which we have just referred, are as follows. Presence, manifesting essence, reality, actuality. Life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition. Power, manifesting strength, energy, force. You are now invited to consider in further detail the above stated several aspects or modes of spirit, and their several manifestations. The presence of spirit. Spirit is perceived in self-consciousness to be entity actually present and in being, and not the mere idea or thought of mind, nor a mere verbal symbol or word expressing something lacking real existence and presence. By presence is meant state of being present, i.e., existing in reality at a certain time and in a certain place. That spirit is present is evidenced by the report of self-consciousness, the inevitable, invariable and infallible report that I am present, which is implicit in every conscious thought, and which is intensely impressed upon consciousness when it is directed inward, this accompanied by the invariable and infallible report of intuition that I am spirit. Moreover, as spiritual activity is apparent, even when manifested by others in acts of the living will, and as it is axiomatic that, whenever and wherever a thing acts, then and there must it be present, it follows that the actual presence of spirit must be conceded. The aspect or mode of spirit known as presence manifests in essence, reality, actuality. Let us briefly examine each of these in the above order. Essence has been defined in the course of this instruction. You are familiar with the meaning of the term and concept. You understand that it indicates the ultimate nature and pure being of the existence to which the term is applied and which the concept covers. You are now asked to realize that spirit is pure spiritual essence, the pure essence of life, mind, consciousness, will, the pure essence of everything that is not material substance or the manifestations of the latter. Spirit is the ultimate essence of spirituality and spiritual things. Spirit is spiritual essence, just as ethereal material is material substance, each represents the thing in itself of its class or category. Just as material substance fills all space, so does spiritual essence fill all time. Bergson and Einstein will tell you more about this wonderful fact. If you wish to acquire that knowledge, it is too deep for the present consideration, and you must learn to swim before you venture to explore its waters. The much talked of, and long sought after, fourth dimension, belongs to time and spirit, not to space and matter in whose realm it has been sought. This, also, is another deep subject which we shall not undertake to explain fully here. We have indicated the direction in which the explanation lies. You must seek it for yourself if you are so minded. Reality means the state of being real, actual, truly existent and in being, not imaginary, fictitious, vague, or lacking in substantiality. Spirit is real, and not imaginary or fictitious. It is a fact, not a dream. You can doubt your senses, but you can never doubt the fact that you are alive, and life is an aspect or mode of spirit. You may dream of matter, without that matter being present, but you can never dream of life or mind, without life and mind being present and active in you, and these are aspects or modes of spirit. You can know matter only through living mind, but you cannot know either matter or mind through matter lacking the immanent presence of life and mind. Your consciousness that I am is the most certain, most real thing that you can know. All the rest may be a dream, for that matter, but that cannot be a dream, unless there be a dreamer, and if there is a dreamer, that dreamer is you, a focal point or center of living spirit. You may find it difficult to discover just what the spirit that is you really is, but you can never doubt that it is and that it is real. The fundamental difficulty attached to human thought on the subject of spirit is this, that it is spirit trying to contemplate itself, an attempt justly likened to the effort to turn oneself inside out. Just as the eye, while seeing everything else, is unable to see itself, so is spirit hampered in its efforts to see itself in thought. Just as the stomach digests all living substance placed in it, but never digests itself, so is spirit able to experience through the senses everything else, except itself. But it may know itself, feel itself, in the experience of self-consciousness, and it may intuit itself in the processes of intuition. Such knowing, and feeling, and intuiting, moreover, always bring the report, I am, and I am real. Through intuition, spirit reports inevitably, invariably, infallibly, I am. I am I, or, when pressed closer by intellect for a more definite report, even, I am that I am. The I am I that focal point of conscious immanent spirit which is you, reports through intellect and through intuition, I think, I feat, I act, I move of my own will and by my own power, therefore, I am, and I am real, and not fictitious, a reality and not the figment of a dream. Even if I were a dream, there would needs be a dreamer, and that dreamer would be involved in his dream idea, and this, I, would then be the I am of the dreamer as well as of the dream person. You can never truthfully say, I am not real, for in your very denial would be implied the fact that the I that is denying must be real. No sane man can ever deny his own reality, and feel convinced that he is stating the truth. His troubles begin only when he stops to consider whether the things external to him, the material universe, is also real. If the reality of spirit be doubted or denied, then the reality of everything must be doubted or denied, for that everything is known only to spirit, and by reason of the reality of spirit. Deny the reality of the knower, and the reality of the known is also denied, and in that case there is nothing left to know or to be known. Actuality means the state of being actual, i.e., really and truly acting or active, existing in real act. The actuality of spirit can no more be doubted than can be its reality. Any individual who has ever performed an act of volition or will has experienced an inevitable, invariable and infallible proof of the actuality of spirit. He need not fall back upon the final report of philosophy, and of advanced science as well, that, all power is will power, all action is will action. He need refer only to his own experience in willing. In another part of this book we relate the story of Edison wagging his finger end at Bois-Raymond, and demanding the answer to his question, what is this? Edison knew the actuality of his immanent spirit, and his simple question overwhelmed the other great scientist. The simplest voluntary act of the living creature proves the actuality of spirit. In every movement, in every motion, in every action, in every change of position, even in every thought, the living creature gives undoubted evidence of the fact that spirit is active, actual, actuality. It possesses the power to act, and it acts. And so, you see that we are warranted in positing in spirit the aspects and modes, the attributes and properties, if you will, of presence and its manifestations known as essence, reality, actuality. We ask you to fix these in your mind, so that when you think of spirit you will think of it, first of all, in the terms and ideas of presence, i.e., essence, reality, actuality. In the next two following sections of this book we shall ask you to consider the other two great aspects or modes of spirit, viz., life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition, and power, manifesting strength, energy, force. Spirit, essential life. Having considered the first great mode or aspect of spirit, i.e., that of presence, manifesting essence, reality, actuality, you are now invited to consider the second great mode or aspect of spirit, namely, life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition. This is the unique, original, distinguishing characteristic of spirit. Life and livingness are the very quintessence of spirit, the very spirit of spirit. Spirit is life, life is spirit. By life is meant, state of being alive, living, or, vital force, animation, livingness. The standard definitions are poor, meager, unsatisfying, but inasmuch as life can be defined only in terms of livingness, there is no possible improvement in such definitions. There is nothing else in existence like life, to or with which it may be compared and likened, contrasted and classified, and which may be employed to illustrate or define it. One must have experienced life in order to understand its real meaning. The term livingness is no better, its definition is merely suggestive, namely, the state of being alive, lively, active, vigorous, spirited, and capable of quickening and invigorating. All such definitions refer back to life, and life is found to be sui generis, in a class by itself, over and above any definition or explanation, any accounting for or illustration, in the terms of anything else. Life is known only through being experienced. To know life, is to live, is to know life. Life is a basic, fundamental attribute of spirit. Spirit would not be spirit were it devoid of livingness. You may conceive of spirit as being unconscious, but you cannot conceive of it as being lifeless. Life is more fundamental than consciousness. A creature may become unconscious, yet still be alive, but it cannot become lifeless and still be conscious. All feeling, thought and will may be inactive in a creature, yet it may still be alive, but if it is lifeless, then it can never manifest thought, feeling, or will. If you wish to think of spirit in its most essential, fundamental and basic inner nature and character, then think of it as life or livingess. The three particular manifestations of the life of spirit are as follows: sentience, conation, volition. Each of these we shall now consider briefly. Sentience. By sentience is meant the faculty or power of sensation, perception, mental apprehension and cognition. These are the several primary and elemental mental powers. The higher mental processes are merely more complex phases of these simpler mental activities. These faculties supply the raw materials of knowledge, which are worked over and made into the completed mental product. In sensation, spirit receives impressions from material objects. In perception, spirit recognizes and interprets the reports of sensation. In mental apprehension, spirit takes hold of and conceives ideas. In cognition, spirit knows things partially or completely. The idea of sentience is closely bound up with that of consciousness. The latter term, though, like life, being beyond adequate definition, is best defined by the term awareness. Consciousness has been likened to mental livingness, or aliveness, this being a valuable suggestive illustration. In modern psychology, consciousness is regarded merely as present mind, or mind here and now, a cross-section of mental process, a focusing of attention upon a certain limited portion of the entire mental process. Much of the mental activity, most of the mental processes, manifest on planes of mentation outside, below, or above the plane of ordinary consciousness. Many persons, most persons in fact, are accustomed to regard spirit as identical with mind. They find it difficult to think of spirit in any other way. But mind, in modern psychology, is regarded as process rather than as entity. As an authoritative reference work states, not only is mind, as a whole, a stream of thought and feeling, each separate element of mind or mental formation that our analysis teases out of the total consciousness is itself a process. Every sensation rises, poises, falls, in its own characteristic way. Even the idea is termed a variable process, and such formations as emotion and volition bear the mark of process stamped upon them. Spirit, on the contrary, is absolute and actual entity, not process. It is the essence, base and ground, support and sustainer, and constant identity of mental process. Spirit is not limited to mind, nor is mind another name for spirit. Rather, spirit has mind, uses mind, employs mind, i.e., mental process, as an instrument, tool, or machine helpful in its creative and other activities. Nor, at the last, is it proper to regard consciousness as identical with, or as an absolute essential and permanent state or condition of spirit. G. E. Moore, in a leading reference work upon philosophy and psychology, says, common to all meanings of spirit is the conception of that which is conscious. Consciousness is not regarded as being spirit, but as being an attribute of it, so that spirit is conceived as something capable of existing when it is not conscious. On the other hand, there is no positive conception of what this permanent element in spirit is. It is only conceived abstractly as that, whatever it may be, which is the subject or substance of consciousness, and negatively as not identical with any known quality. But, we ask you to note here, that although it is possible to conceive spirit as not conscious, it is not possible to conceive it as not alive, nor as not capable of consciousness. Life is the primary attribute, consciousness is the secondary property. But as spirit is always life, and as life always has the faculty of or capacity for sentience and consciousness, then we see that wherever and whenever spirit is present, then and there must be present the capacity for sentience and consciousness, in some form, kind, manner, or degree. Conation. By conation is meant tendency toward effort, attempt, experiment, action, arising from the presence of feeling, emotion, or desire. A leading reference work states, conation consists of an endeavor, a striving to attain something. The attempt to recall a name from memory is a conation. Conation is common to desire, yearning, longing, craving, wishing and willing, indeed to all mental states which have an inherent tendency to pass beyond themselves. Conation has for its object the attainment of its desire for that which it likes and finds pleasant, or the escape or release from that which it does not like and finds unpleasant. In short, conation is desire seeking to pass into action in the direction most contenting, satisfying, and agreeable to it. Conation, or active desire, is a universal element of life. It is found in all living things, and is the mainspring of all the actions of all living creatures, including plants, animals, human beings, from single living cells to the most complex living forms and organisms. Many philosophers have regarded it as the most essential element in life, and as being the kernel and core of the mind, soul, or spirit of all living things, and of life in general and as a totality. Schopenhauer postulates it as the fundamental fact of all activities, inorganic as well as organic. Fount says, the mechanical universe is the outer wrapper behind which is hidden a spiritual creative activity, a striving, feeling, sensing, like that which we experience in ourselves, conation being the fundamental essence of that activity. Conation is a fundamental property of life, and is more elemental than even sentience, for in the lower classes of living creatures it manifests strongly even where sentience manifests merely in its simplest forms. In plant life it represents the chief psychic element, sentience being expressed only in the slightest degree. Certain philosophers, like Schopenhauer and his school, hold that the world spirit is animated chiefly by its will to live, i.e., its desire to express life activities, and accordingly they regard the universal life principle as being essentially conative desire rather than reason. Others have modified this view, and give sentience an equal rank with conation, although admitting that in the lower form of life the latter is predominant. Inasmuch as conation is an essential element of life, and as life and livingness constitute a primary, fundamental essential attribute of spirit, it follows that wherever and whenever spirit is present and active, then and there also is conation present and active. Even without accepting the extreme position of the schools of philosophy just referred to, it is impossible to escape the conviction that when spirit, the cosmic spirit, manifests creative power it must experience the conative desire to do so, and that this conation is the actuating cause and because of the creative activity of spirit. Without it, creation would never have been manifested, without it, creation would not have continued and would not now be underway. Volition. By volition is meant the act of willing, or the exercise of will, the power of willing in determining. That property of life known as volition may be stated as the power to will, or willpower. Will is the power of self-activity, self-motion, and the exercise of voluntary effort and action. Professor Halleck says of will concerns itself with action, no matter how complex the process seems. Whenever there is a mental motor element, that element is will. Our acts are the result of a peculiar, active power which we call will. From the cradle to the grave, we are never without this activity of will, in the broadest sense of the term. Whenever there is in emotion a motor element which tends to go out in action, that element is will. In some emotions, the voluntary element may be so small as to baffle detection, but the germ is there. The distinguishing characteristic of will activity is that important element of life known as spontaneity. So essentially is spontaneity bound up with life that many careful thinkers have regarded it as a touchstone by which the livingness of things may be tested and decided upon. This view expresses itself in the axiom, where spontaneity is present, their life is present, where life is present, their spontaneity is present. The present writers accept this view, and regard the axiom as self-evident truth, and as setting up an infallible standard by means of which the presence of life and livingness may be decided conclusively. Spontaneity. By spontaneity is meant the state of being spontaneous, i.e., proceeding from internal impulse, energy, or natural tendency, without external force. In its manifestation by living creatures, spontaneity is defined as action proceeding from, or manifesting by, natural feeling, tendency, emotion, temperament, disposition, or desire, modified perhaps by reflection, consideration, or judgment based upon the results of previous experience, but always without constraint or external force. Spontaneity, then, is seen to be a phase of self-activity, volition, or will, the objective phase of that of which conation and volition are the subjective phases or aspects. Every voluntary act arising from conative feeling or desire is self-activity. Self-activity is activity arising from the conative, volitional will of the individual, and not from external force, pressure, or energy. Every voluntary act or activity, mental or physical, is self-activity. All self-activity is spontaneity. The essence of conation, volition, will, self-activity and spontaneity is the same, each represents willpower, which is life power, which is spiritual power. An ancient Greek philosopher once said, will is the inherent capacity for spontaneous action, or self-motion, and does not proceed from external force, though its direction may be influenced by external causes represented in the mentality. Carus says, by spontaneity is to be understood that kind of activity which springs from the nature of the thing or being which is active. A motion that is caused by pressure or push is not spontaneous, but a motion, the motive power of which resides in the moving object, is spontaneous. In the character of a thing lies the source of its spontaneous action. Webster's Collegiate Dictionary gives three terms, i.e., voluntary, uncompelled, and willing, as synonyms for the term spontaneous, adding, what is voluntary is the result of a volition, or act of choice, it therefore implies some degree of consideration, and may be the result of mere reason without excited feeling. What is spontaneous springs wholly from feeling, or a sudden impulse which admits of no reflection. This distinction is properly made, and is worthy of respect. It should be noted, however, that while some volitions proceed without excited feeling, there is always at least some degree of feeling and desire present, else there could and would be no motive for conative and voluntary action. As we have said, many careful thinkers hold that spontaneity or self-activity is the invariable characteristic of life. In this view, anything and everything that manifests the property of spontaneity must be alive and living. The presence of spontaneity in things usually considered non-living, is held to indicate livingness. As spontaneity is found to be present even in the atoms and chemical elements, it is held by these thinkers that they manifest livingness, and that the universe is alive in its every part, and as a whole. As life is an attribute of spirit, in this view it would follow that the universe is animated and inspired by spirit. It was formerly a favorite objection urged by materialism that, if spirit is the origin and source of all things, then spirit, i.e., 817 life, mind and will, should be found, in at least some degree or form, in everything. The answer of the modern spiritual philosophy is, everything does manifest life, mind and will, i.e., spirit, in some degree or form. The ancient sages always intuitively believed and taught this truth, but it remained for modern physical science to demonstrate it by observation and experiment. Today, the advanced minds of philosophy and science are assenting to the proposition that the universe is alive, as a whole and in every part. Each new discovery serves to substantiate this idea, and each year adds to the ranks of its advocates. Luther Burbank, as the result of his lifetime study of life, says, all my investigations have led me away from the idea of a dead universe tossed about by various forces, to that of a universe which is absolutely all life, soul, or thought, or whatever name we choose to call it. All life on our planet is, so to speak, just on the outer fringe of this infinite ocean of force. The universe is not half dead, but all alive. Haeckel, the eminent scientist philosopher, says, I regard all matter as ensouled, that is to say, as endowed with feeling, pleasure and pain, and with motion, or better, the power of motion. As elementary, atomic, attraction and repulsion, these powers are asserted in every simplest chemical process, and on them is based every other phenomena, consequently also the highest developed soul activity of man. The molecules, or atoms, of two elements when brought into proper distance, mutually feel each other, and by attraction move toward each other, or the contrary takes place by reason of repulsion, Empedocles' doctrine of the love and hatred of atoms. I cannot imagine the simplest chemical and physical process without attributing the movements of the material particles to unconscious sensation. The idea of chemical affinity consists in the fact that the various chemical elements perceive the qualitative differences in other elements, experience pleasure or revulsion at contact with them, and execute specific movements on this ground. Haeckel also quotes approvingly the statement of Nägeli, another scientist, who said, "If the molecules possess something that is related, however distantly, to sensation, it must be comfortable to be able to follow their attractions and repulsions, uncomfortable when they are forced to do otherwise." Flammarion says, "Mind gleams in every atom." There is mind in everything, not only in human and animal life, but in plants, in minerals, in space. Cope says, "The basis of life and mind lies back of the atoms, and may be found in the universal ether." Hemstreet says, "Mind in the ether is no more unnatural than is mind in flesh and blood." Saleeby says, "Life is potential in matter, life energy is not a thing unique and created at a particular time in the past. If life is potential in matter, it is 1,000 times more evident that mind is potential in life. The evolutionist is impelled to believe that mind is potential in matter. The microscopic cell, a minute speck of matter that is to become man, has in it the promise and germ of mind. May we not then draw the inference that the elements of mind are present in those chemical elements, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus, sodium, potassium, chlorine, that are found in the cell? Not only must we do so, but we must go further, since we know that each of these elements, and every other, is built up out of the one invariable unit, the electron, and we must therefore assert that mind is potential in the unit of matter, the electron itself." Karras says, "I am willing to concede to Professor Haeckel that all nature is alive. Indeed, I have most emphatically insisted that there is a spontaneity pervading all nature. The term, life, is used here in a broader sense than ordinarily. It here means spontaneity or self-motion, while in its common significance, it is restricted to the spontaneous actions of organized beings, i.e., of plants and animals. I propose what might best be called panbiotism, briefly set forth in the maxim, everything is fraught with life, it contains life, it has the ability to live. We have not the space here to describe in detail the experiments and observations that have brought science to this conclusion, to the conclusion that there is life in everything, everything is alive, interesting and instructive though such description would be. In fact, we can refer but briefly even to the general results. Reference to the records of modern physics and biology will serve to substantiate our claims. Of life in even the simplest animal forms, we need not speak. Science has demonstrated beyond question the presence of life and elemental mind in plant life, even in its simplest forms. Crystals are now regarded as quasi-living forms, just a little lower in the scale than plants. Some scientists have even ascribed elemental sex to them. In this connection, it is interesting to compare ordinary crystals with the lowly life forms known as the diatoms, or living crystals, or living geometrical forms, as they have been called. Also, to note how closely the crystals of frost and ice resemble the forms of leaves, branches, foliage, etc., to examine the garden of frost flowers, formed on the pane of glass in winter time. Experiments have produced an orchid-like crystal flower from a disk of saltpeter subjected to polarized light. The celebrated Bose experiments prove conclusively that inorganic substances may be weakened, made ill, and even killed by pressure or electric currents, the process of dying registering itself unmistakably through the delicate mechanism employed. Moreover, metals, and machinery made of metals, suffer from fatigue, and are benefited by rest. Tuning forks and razor blades are familiar example of this fact. Every machinist knows that there is something in it. Metals may be poisoned by certain chemicals and actually killed in some cases. There is a window glass disease known to science. It is contagious and spreads from one pane to another under certain conditions. Instances illustrating this general fact of the livingness of inorganic things might be multiplied indefinitely. The list is being added to every year as the result of new experiments. Life, mind, will, consciousness, desire, volition, spontaneity, self, activity, conative energy, these are discovered to be in existence throughout all nature. You know them directly through your own experience. By scientific observation you perceive them indirectly as manifest in all other things. They are beyond chemical analysis or physical dissection. They are revealed neither by the test tube nor by the retort. The scalpel does not reveal their presence, the microscope does not make them visible, the finest scales of the physicist does not record their weight, though certain delicate instruments have been invented which register the physical effects manifested by them. They cannot be produced synthetically by combinations, correlations or coordinations of chemical elements, neither can mechanical power account for or explain them, much less produce them. Biology reports that all life proceeds from life. Livingness has never been known to proceed from non-livingness. Life, at the last, is perceived to be ultimate and universal. Livingness is seen to be a manifestation of an infinite life principle, and that principle is discovered to be spirit and nothing else. Honest thought and logical reasoning make an invariable, inevitable, and infallible report to this effect. Had there ever been a time in which life was not present, then there would be no livingness today. Life being present today is evidence that life has always been present in some form, phase, or condition. Philosophical thought finds the only thinkable source or origin of life in the ultimate principle of spirit. Wherever there is life, there must be spirit. As life is universal, then spirit must be universal. Spirit reduced to its ultimate nature reports itself as life. Lifeless spirit is inconceivable. Life reduced to its ultimate nature reports itself as spirit. Spiritless life is unthinkable. Thus, life and spirit are seen to be but different names for the same ultimate fact, principle, power. If you wish to think of spirit in its simplest terms, employ the terms of life and livingness. Whatever else spirit may be, or not be, it is always life and livingness. Spirit, essential power. Having considered spirit in its two respective modes or aspects of presence, manifesting essence, reality, actuality, and of life, manifesting sentience, conation, volition, you are now invited to consider spirit in its third great mode or aspect, namely that of power, manifesting strength, energy, force. We have defined the several terms, power, strength, energy and force, in a preceding section of this book, and shall assume that you are familiar with the several shades of meaning involved in them, and which you are asked to combine in your concept of spiritual power. We hold it to be beyond question that spirit possesses strength of an infinite degree and extent, that spirit possesses that indwelling power known as energy, of an infinite degree and extent, that spirit possesses that form of power known as force, or ability to act upon other things, of an infinite degree and extent. In short, we believe it axiomatic and self-evident that spirit not only possesses infinite power, all the power there is, but also that it, itself, is the very essence of power. This indwelling power of spirit, manifesting as strength, energy and force, is called forth, exerted, and applied by will, and will, is a manifestation of life, which in turn is an aspect or mode of spirit. Accordingly, spiritual power, in a sense, may be regarded and spoken of as will power. In the individual, it is expressed as personal will power, in the cosmos, it is expressed as cosmic will power. In the individual, it is the manifestation and expression of spirit, in the cosmos, it is the manifestation and expression of spirit, the infinite spirit, or the totality of spirit. Hereafter, when we use the term spirit in capital letters, we seek to indicate spirit, the infinite spiritual principle, which is the totality of spirit, the spirit of the cosmos, the world spirit, the universal spirit, as man has been pleased to style it. It has long been the contention of many philosophers, and of many scientists as well, and of certain theologians of philosophic tendencies, that all power is willpower, at the last analysis. Many have interpreted Herbert Spencer's infinite and eternal energy as, essentially, infinite willpower, or, at least, as acting like willpower. Wherever power is included or referred to in the spiritual philosophy, it means willpower of some kind, form, phase, or degree. Professor Nicholas Murray Butler says, a mighty group of modern scientists believe that matter itself, in its ultimate state, may be analyzed into energy, which again is explainable only as will philosophy interprets in terms of will, the name for the only energy that consciousness knows directly, the energy which so abundantly manifests itself on every hand, in nature and in history. The dominant tendency in philosophy, powerfully supported by the results of scientific knowing, is that which sees totality as energy which is will. Professor Fleming says, in its ultimate essence, energy may be incomprehensible to us except as an exhibition of the direct operation of that which we call mind and will. Professor George Trumbull Ladd says, the modern man of science, in his use of the principle of causation, ascribes the event to the action and reaction of various forms of energy. But where does he get his conception of energy? Where his warrant for applying the conception to the behavior of physical things? As those most skillful in psychological analysis are pretty nearly unanimous in holding, the conception comes from his experience with himself as will. His acts of will are often, if not customarily, accompanied with the feeling of effort, and they are followed by important changes in his own bodily organism and in the things which environ him, so far as they are in suitable relations with that organism. Asterisk things, so far as they are separate and individual, are endowed by modern science with wills of their own. So far as they influence one another, they are recognized as having a certain regard for each other's wills. So far as they constitute one great system, a universe of things, they are esteemed as being under the control of one will. Other writers and teachers have pointed out the fact that science, under the hypothesis of materialism, is utterly unable to explain and account for the perpetual motion manifested in the cosmos. They hold that under such hypothesis it would follow that the cosmos, at some point in eternity, would come to a standstill, dead center, a state of being, run down like a clock. Likewise, they hold that under that hypothesis it could never have been wound up or set a-going. Here theology scores a possible point, with its offer to supply the hand that wound it up, and the finger that set it a-going. But philosophy and science have another explanation, namely, that of the operation of an infinite willpower, an infinite self-activity, which is inexhaustible and self-renewing, and which is capable of changing the direction of its activity under the influence of the living consciousness with which it is associated. Such a cosmic self-activity or willpower could unwind as well as wind up, it could set a-going, keep a-going, and change the direction of the going at will by its own living willpower. The material energy, or pure force of the new materialism is admittedly a non-living blind force. Just as the old materialism was wont to regard the universe of things as the fortuitous concourse of atoms, fortuitous meaning happening by chance, incidental, accidental, concourse meaning the coming together or gathering or meeting, so this non-living blind force must be regarded as a fortuitous process or happening. In either case, the element of chance is involved in the conception. This, notwithstanding that nothing in science is more firmly asserted than that everything proceeds according to law and order, there is no such thing as blind chance. The non-spiritual power conception fails utterly to explain or account for the combining, correlating, coordinating agency discovered to be ever present and ever active in nature. Law, order, and system can result only from the power of living mind and will, and as these are found to be omnipresent in nature, the conclusion that there must be living mind and will present and active in nature's processes is unescapable. Intellect so reports, and intuition positively insists upon its truth. Spiritual philosophy, on the other hand, asserts that all power is willpower, the willpower of the living spirit. Even the purely material forces are regarded by it as phases or forms of this willpower. If the atoms and particles of matter be ensouled with the elements of sentience and of will, as Haeckel and others positively assert, then the aggregations of these atoms and particles must also be so ensouled. If the attractions and repulsions of the particles of matter be evidences of likes and dislikes and the response of will thereto, then a like explanation is logical also in the case of the attractions and repulsions of masses of matter. As most of the manifestations of physical power are seen to result from attraction and repulsion of particles or masses of matter, the logical conclusion is obvious. Likewise, the same conclusion is inevitable in the case of the atomic attraction and repulsion which result in chemical affinity, and its opposite, which constitute the reason and cause of chemical processes and changes. That life has force, power, energy, you know from your own observation and experience. You have seen the moving power of growing plants, tree roots, etc. Life power raises the giant redwood trees far above the ground, using gravitation as a lever, as a something with which to press back or to kick backward. Life power in the growing tree trunks splits apart solid rock. Life power in the growing giant mushroom raises and cracks heavy concrete pavements. All this life power is living willpower. Great thinkers believe that the power of gravitation, and of electricity, and all the other great forms of natural power, are living willpower in some form or phase of manifestation and expression. Natural power so interpreted becomes something far more understandable than when interpreted as blind force. You can understand it far better in this way, because it seems so much more like yourself, more in accordance with the life power manifesting in and by yourself. Self-motion is explainable in terms and concepts of living willpower. In fact, it is explainable and understandable under no other interpretation. As we have seen in the foregoing instruction, the very idea of energy arose in the human mind only because man had first experienced willpower present and active in himself. Energy means energy, in force, these being ideas derived from actual experience with willpower. Willpower is self-activity, spontaneity, the power within. You send a current of willpower to your arm, and it moves. You bend your finger, a most stupendous task, when you come to consider it carefully. The apparent simplicity of the task and your familiarity with it causes you to overlook its significance and importance. You take it for granted, whereas it requires the highest degree and quality of explanation to be really understandable. Only the greatest minds are able to appreciate the almost inconceivable wonder of this small, familiar action. Edison, one of the greatest minds of our times, has shown his appreciation of this fact in his account of his interview with Du Bois-Reymond, another great scientist. Here is Edison's account of it: "When I was in Berlin, I met Du Bois-Reymond. Wagging the end of my finger, I said to him, 'What is that?' He said he didn't know, that investigators had been for 2,500 years trying to find that out. If anybody could tell him what wagged that finger, the problem of life would be solved. Nature is a perpetual motion machine, and perpetual motion implies a sustaining and impelling force. Nicholas Murray Butler also holds that the perpetual motion of nature is accountable and explainable only under the hypothesis of a cosmic living willpower. Think of what your own willpower does, has done, and can do, then raise that idea of willpower to infinity, and consider whether or not it would then be capable of running the machinery of the cosmos, or performing the office of creative power, and of coordinative agent. What does your intellect report? What does your intuition insist upon? Is not this notion clearer and more understandable, more thinkable, more conceivable, more reasonable than is that of this great work being performed by blind non-living power, force, or energy? What is the report of your entire mental and spiritual nature concerning this, of your intellectual, intuitional, emotional, aesthetic, ethical, and religious nature. As Professor Brown was wont to say, no one can understand the history of this belief without taking all these grounds and factors into consideration. But, objects the ancient materialism, and its offspring, material energism, how can we conceive of spirit as creating material forms, building up hard rock and crystals, hard metals and solid substances, solid, firm, hard matter? Let us answer in the proverbial Hibernian way, which is also the Socratic method, i.e., by asking another question. Let us ask the materialist or the material energist, how does your pure force or material energy create this solid, firm, hard matter? They answer, by creating vortex rings or centers of disturbance in the ether or ultimate state of matter. Force or energy work up these into more solid forms, states and conditions of matter, into electrons, into atoms, into molecules, into masses, into radiant matter, into gases, into fluids, into solids, the difference between which states is merely a matter of degree of vibration and of the relative distances between particles. The hard block of steel is but congealed gas, or even but worked up electrons or etheric vortex rings or centers of disturbance. This is how pure force or material energy creates solid, firm, hard matter. We answer, well, then, in order to simplify the explanation, let us assume that pure spiritual energy, force or power, in its aspect of the infinite willpower of spirit, proceeds just as you claim that pure force or material energy does. Let us assume that this infinite willpower begins its work by creating vortex rings or centers of disturbance in the etheric substance which we assume to be the ultimate state of material substance, then proceeding to work up these into electrons, atoms, molecules, masses, into radiant matter, gases, fluids, solids, by means of vibration and mutual and reciprocal attraction and repulsion. Don't you think that our infinite living willpower is quite as capable of performing this work, in just this way, as is your non-living energy and blind force? Don't you think that it might perform it even more easily, and more effectively, in view of the fact that it has infinite mind to guide and direct it, whereas your material energy or pure force is lifeless and mindless, and must go it blindly, by mere chance instead of by mental rule? We might then point out that life power is no novice at the task of building up solid substance. To realize this, you have but to remember that life power manufactures the hard ivory tusk and teeth of the elephant, the hard vegetable ivory nut, the weapon of the swordfish, the horns of the ox, the hard, firm, solid block of ebony, mahogany, rosewood, teak wood, hickory, or oak. Has the blind pure force or material energy any better products to its credit than these? There is a bone in the human body of which it is said that even the hottest coal fire will not reduce to ashes, even a fire that will melt the hardest metals. Life power produced this hard bone from the elements of the food of the human being. Do you not think that, given the basic materials, it could likewise produce flint, granite, the diamond or steel, in the same way, under the proper conditions? In fact, in the light of the dawning knowledge of the livingness manifested in the processes of crystallization, life power is already seen to be doing just this kind of work. The elements of life and mind superimposed upon energy, force and power surely do not rob the latter of their power and potency, their effectiveness and their capacities. Rather, it would seem that any thoughtful intelligence would perceive that such would be a most desirable addition to the concept, serving to give it a sense and meaning which it had lacked previously. Think over this, intuit it for a few moments, and you will get your answer, and we feel assured that we know just what that answer will be. When you have once caught the spirit of the idea of infinite willpower, you will resent the suggestion of infinite blind force as an insult to your intelligence and as an affront to your intuitive powers of mentality. And, now, let us ask you to submit this matter of the ultimate character and nature of ultimate power to an unusual test, to a test devised by certain Oriental sages many centuries ago, several thousand years ago, in fact. These ancient sages reasoned among themselves as follows: if there be an ultimate and essential energy, force, or power in nature, then such must abide and be present in every individual thing in nature, at the very core and kernel of the being of such thing. If it is to be found at all, it will be found there. And, so, they proceeded to search for its presence in all things, at the very core and kernel of all things. First, they discovered that they could find evidences of it in the actions of every living thing, and of many things previously deemed to be non-living. Everything was perceived to act spontaneously, at times, thus manifesting a self-activity which was, at least, something like will action. But this was merely the observation of actions, and the judgment upon their source, while satisfying in a way, and to a degree, it was not conclusive nor absolutely convincing. Then, said the sages, let us look within ourselves. If it is everywhere, it must be there at the center, core, or kernel of our own being. And so they looked within themselves for it. And, lo! At the center, core, and kernel of the soul of each of themselves was found a something or somewhat which was possessed of the power of self-activity, self-motion, spontaneity. This was what they called willpower. When they questioned this abiding power, they found that it was living and conscious. They asked it who it was, and it answered, I am I. They asked it what it was, and it answered, I am that I am. They tried to separate it from themselves, but it could not be separated from its owner, even in thought. Then, said the wise men, we have found that which is at the kernel, core and center of all things, and have found it to be the living will of the Spirit, that Spirit which is the self of all things, and of the totality of things as well. Make this test for yourself, by yourself, upon yourself. Perhaps you will find what the ancient Oriental wise men found. In fact, we are sure that you will do so. And having found this, you will have found a great secret of nature, of life, of being, of power.